LoveLore Library. Chapter 553. This scene was too strange. A headless person was actually able to see his existence. That being said, with the existence of the Yin soldiers, the other strange occurrences could be explained. Lin Xian's body tensed up and he didn't dare to move. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and formed a true dragon mark outside his body. After a while, the headless horseman turned around and disappeared in a ray of light. "Let's go!" Lin Xian bellowed and quickly followed after him with the dark red divine dragon. In front, after the two elders used their martial souls, they became more and more courageous. They gradually suppressed the Yin soldiers in front and the Blood Fiend and White Bone Demon General behind them. It wouldn't be long before they broke through. At that time, they could go and capture Lin Xian. No matter how strange a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm was, it was impossible for him to escape from the two of them. However, before they could finish their daydream, a ray of light suddenly appeared from the depths of the palace. Behind it was a monstrous murderous aura. The air split open and endless air rolled on both sides, making rumbling sounds. An extremely cold figure stood in the void, facing Elder Grey and Elder White from a distance. In the next moment, the Yin soldiers below trembled. They quickly put away their weapons and stood to the side. Their actions were very uniform. They were all looking at the sky as if they were worshipping something. Behind them, the Blood Fiend and White Bone Demon General also fell silent. They retreated to the side and coldly watched. The two elders in the middle had dark faces and their hearts sank. They looked at the cold figure in the air and their faces became very ugly. Lin Xian stood at the end of the passage and looked at everything in front of him with a cold smile. When the two elders saw Lin Xian's expression, they were so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed in their hearts. This kid, who they thought of as an ant, had attracted powerful enemies for them time and time again. First it was a group of Yin soldiers, and now it was the strange headless horseman. What shocked them even more was that the headless horseman's aura was even stronger than theirs. It was the aura of a true king. A king was the true overlord of the world. Anyone who was called a king was a peerless expert who could shake the heavens and earth. Once such a figure appeared, it was absolutely capable of causing the heavens and the earth to lose its color. Although the two of them were powerful, they were still far from being comparable to true kings. For a moment, the two of them didn't have any thoughts of fighting. They looked at each other and made up their minds to immediately retreat and break out. At their level, they knew more and more how terrifying king tiers were. A casual strike from them could tear apart mountains and rivers, and change the color of the sky. They were no match for him, so even if they wanted to capture Lin Xian, they didn't dare to joke around with their lives. In an instant, the two of them turned into streaks of light and sped away. At this moment, the cold figure in the void moved. The headless horseman held a bronze spear in his hand and rode a mighty warhorse, charging forward quickly. The spear in his hand danced and tore the void apart. The next moment, the terrifying bronze spear appeared in front of the gray-haired old man and pierced down quickly. What? Impossible! The gray-haired old man suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with shock. He roared angrily and his aura surged wildly, shaking the void and causing countless cracks to appear. In the next moment, the white tiger martial soul appeared in front of him and roared ferociously, shaking the surroundings. The bronze spear was silent and didn't have any dazzling light. However, it was too powerful and instantly pierced through the white tiger martial soul. Then, it stabbed forward in an even more violent manner. Seeing that his white tiger martial soul couldn't even resist for a moment, the gray-haired old man was scared out of his wits. He couldn't care about anything else and activated the power of his bloodline with all his might. Like a stray dog, he quickly fled. He had to escape. Even a powerful move like the White Tiger Marshal's soul had been broken in an instant. This meant that the other party's strength had completely surpassed his. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. However, although the gray-haired old man was fast, the bronze spear was even faster. The headless horseman seemed to have locked onto the void. The spear was like a dragon and instantly caught up with the gray-haired old man and pierced through him. Then, the headless horseman held the spear in one hand and raised it in midair. The gray-haired old man's face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with endless terror. He struggled with all his might, trying to get rid of the bronze spear. However, no matter how hard he struggled, there seemed to be an invisible force holding him in place. He couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Drip. Drip. Countless drops of blood dripped from the tip of the spear. Every drop of blood caused the void to explode. This was the power of the bloodline power. However, such a terrifying bloodline power couldn't fight back against the headless horseman at all. This was the strength of a king. He could definitely suppress an area. The gray-haired old man was so scared that his whole body trembled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He abandoned the gray-haired old man and ran outside. However, in the next moment, the green shadow in the void swayed and the spear struck out again. In an instant, the gray-haired old man let out a miserable scream. The void shattered and countless black holes flickered. The entire space was annihilated. Lin Xian stood at the end of the passage and tried his best to look over. Then, he was shocked. This was because he saw the headless horseman standing in the void with the bronze spear in his hand raised high. On the spear, the gray-haired old man and the white old man were pierced and hung in the sky. Countless drops of blood splattered and dyed the sky red. This scene was too shocking. A shabby spear had nailed two half-step kings in the void. The gray-haired old man and the white old man were extremely powerful. A drop of their blood could cause the void to explode. However, such powerful warriors were no match for the headless horseman. They couldn't even block a single spear. Is this the strength of a king? Lin Xian clenched his fists. He was shocked. This was a true powerhouse. A casual attack had the power to tear the world apart. He yearned for this kind of power. Lin Xian knew that with the great dragon sword soul, he would be able to reach this level one day. However, he didn't want to wait too long. Therefore, he could only work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the king level as soon as possible. At that time, he could return to the Tiannan region and save the Sword Pool Mansion. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the Black Dragon sect's leader. He could even destroy the entire Black Dragon sect with a raise of his hand. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He knew that there was still a long way to go. The headless horseman stared at the gray-haired old man and the white old man in the void. Then, he shook his spear and threw the gray-haired old man to the ground. The blood beast in the distance roared and quickly rushed over. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and enveloped the gray-haired old man and the white old man. The gray-haired old man and the white old man were terrified and struggled with all their might. However, the spear just now had seriously injured them. Moreover, there was an even more inexplicable force that was destroying their vitality. Chapter 554. Not long after, the two of them let out miserable cries before turning into a pile of bones. A half-step king died in the Lost God Palace just like that. Even a half-step king couldn't escape. This lost shrine was too strange. Lin Xian didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned to leave this place quickly. Fortunately, he still had the great dragon sword soul, so the headless horseman and the group of ghost soldiers chose to ignore him as if they couldn't see him. Lin Xian turned into a beam of sword light and sped towards the exit. It had been a month since Lin Xian left the lost shrine. In this month, he had been consolidating his cultivation and comprehending the great dragon sword soul. However, in these few days, the lost place had changed again. Traces of spatial cracks appeared in the sky. It was a ghastly sight, and it was a shocking sight. Lin Xian looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He knew that the time in the lost place was up, and all the outsiders were about to be teleported out. The disciples of other sects were fine as they were all received by their sections. However, Lin Xian was different. He was forced to come here from the Tiannan region. He didn't know if he would return to the ancient Azure Dragon City in the Tiannan region or be teleported to the Sky Martial region. Thinking of this, he frowned. After the Black Dragon Hierarch failed to fight for the Great Dragon Sword Soul, there would definitely be a bloodbath in the Tiannan region. If he went back at this time, it would definitely be the worst-case scenario. However, if the news spread to the Sky Martial region and he was blocked by the 3 6-star sects, the result would probably be even more terrifying than going to the Tiannan region. Especially the Divine Bird Palace, they would definitely not let him go. The two sides had already reached a state of irreconcilable conflict, and there was no way to resolve it. More importantly, Lin Xian still had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. If the old monsters of the 3 sects found out, they would definitely go all out. Facing those old monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, Lin Xian had no confidence at all. Then, he began to ask the Dark Red Dragon for a solution. Don't worry, kid, your whereabouts are not in the 3 sects' control, so even if you are teleported out, you won't fall in front of them. The Dark Red Dragon was very calm. Hearing this, Lin Xian was relieved. Now that the Dark Red Dragon God was with him, it would not trick him. Otherwise, the other party would also be captured to be refined into pills. More and more warriors were being teleported out of the Lost Lands. Soon, news of Lin Xian spread. The martial artists of the 3 major forces waiting outside were all shocked. In particular, the cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace were trembling with anger. More than half of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace had fallen inside, and the leading monster brother and sister had fallen inside. That was a genius martial artist, and someone who had activated his bloodline. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to them. This was definitely a blatant slap in the face. Apart from the Divine Bird Palace, the other 2 forces did not suffer many casualties. It was obvious that the kid was specifically targeting the Divine Bird Palace. Next, the cultivators of Divine Bird Palace grasped Lin Xian's appearance and aura. Then, everyone exuded a murderous aura. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man. He was extraordinarily mighty and had a powerful aura. Every move he made could cause the weather to change. Obviously, this was a venerable, and one of the leaders of the Divine Bird Palace. This kid must be caught. The middle-aged man's voice was cold, like 1,000-year-old ice, drifting in all directions. He had already recognized Lin Xian. Not only did he kill the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, but he also killed the successor of the Divine Bird Palace. They would not let such a person go. The other 2 forces were also shocked. After hearing about Lin Xian's deeds, they felt more and more that this young man was amazing. However, they were mostly gloating. Although they belonged to the same 3 camps, there was also a lot of competition between them. Now that the Divine Bird Palace had suffered heavy losses, it was undoubtedly great news for the other 2 forces. Where is that kid now? A purple-robed elder next to him asked. He was also a venerable. This time, the Divine Bird Palace sent a total of 3 venerables to receive him. In addition to the middle-aged man and the purple-robed elder, there was also an old woman with a walking stick. Her face was dry and wrinkled like an orange peel. These 3 people exuded a biting cold murderous aura. Reporting to the 3 elders, that kid is still in the Lost Lands. What do the 2 of you think? the middle-aged man asked. When he comes out later, we will suppress him. The two elders looked cold and did not allow for any explanation. In the Lost Lands, Lin Xian's body glowed. He felt a huge force trying to expel him. He knew that it was finally time for him to leave. The dark red dragon lay on Lin Shui's body, its eyes full of excitement. Beside it, the snow-white monkey rubbed its sleepy eyes. Soon, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the huge crack in the sky. He's out. The Divine Bird Palace's powerhouses who were waiting outside suddenly looked up at the sky and smiled coldly. The other two forces also watched. They all wanted to see the mysterious young man. Stay. The middle-aged man snorted and waved his hand toward the sky. Suddenly, a huge light palm appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and pressed forward mercilessly. Lin Xian quickly left the Lost Lands under the influence of an inexplicable force. However, in the next moment, he felt a surging force enveloping him as if it was going to tear him apart. Oh no! His face darkened. Without a doubt, it was the Divine Bird Palace's people. Next to him, the dark red dragon was also angry. Damn it, how dare you block my way? You really don't want to live. When I recover my dragon essence, I'll roast you all. However, although he was angry, his hands did not stop moving. Because he was now with Lin Xian, if he was caught and recognized, he would definitely be refined into medicine. Although his dragon essence and cultivation were gone, his knowledge and experience were still there. The dragon waved its claws and formed a strange pattern in the air. It was like a ferocious little dragon twisting quickly. Soon, a magical array was formed around them. Suddenly, the terrifying aura interference weakened a lot. Below, the middle-aged man from the Divine Bird Palace suddenly became gloomy. The other powerhouses were also shocked. The middle-aged man was a venerable. Logically speaking, it should be easy for him to catch a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, he did not expect his first attempt to fail. Interesting, now I'm getting more and more curious. What was the background of that little guy inside? On the deity sword villa side, a middle-aged man in white stood. He carried a simple long sword on his back. When he opened and closed his eyes, the sword flashed. Beside him stood Yilin Yun and the other genius disciples of the deity sword villa. At this moment, they were all looking at the sky nervously. On the other side, a beautiful woman in palace attire also raised her head and looked over. Countless rays of light surrounded her body, making her look like a fairy. This beautiful woman in a palace dress was the powerhouse of the moon-embracing pavilion. Behind her stood Enchanting and the others. Among them, Zhao Ziki was so nervous that she clenched her small hands and prayed in her heart. Chapter 555. Fortunately, Enchanting had swallowed her pride. Otherwise, the moon-embracing pavilion would have lost more than half of its martial artists. Hearing this, Enchanting's lips curled into a bitter smile. A portrait appeared in her mind. A young man stood proudly with a long sword in his hand. Genius martial artists gathered around him, but no one dared to fight with him. One man and one sword intimidated the surrounding genius disciples. At that moment, Enchanting could only look up. There was an inexplicable fluctuation in her heart. Ever since she started practicing martial arts, she had been regarded as a genius and was surrounded by countless dazzling halos. Soon, she surpassed countless disciples and was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Among the same level, there were few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. The geniuses of other forces could at most tie with her, but it was difficult for them to defeat her. Therefore, she had never worshipped anyone of the same age as her. However, the appearance of Lin Xian made her heart tremble. There was even a trace of worship in her heart. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Yu Qingqing's cheeks flushed red. She had a cold temperament and did not put those men in her eyes. But now, she had an inexplicable feeling for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not know this. At this moment, he was once again in great danger. Because in addition to the sky-covering palm, another terrifying attack appeared from the left and right. This time, the three honorables of the Divine Bird Palace attacked together. In the middle was a terrifying palm of light. On both sides were two illusory images of divine birds. They were hundreds of feet tall. They spread their wings and imprisoned this part of the world. This time, the three joined forces and were determined to take down Lin Xian. The void was in chaos. The terrifying pressure made the surrounding martial artists tremble. This kind of power was too terrifying. Any trace of it could tear them apart. Master, should we save him? Yu Qingqing asked softly. The woman in the palace dress turned back. There was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Yu Qingqing blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. She did not dare to look directly at her. After that, the woman in the palace dress said in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see." On the other side, the middle-aged man from the deity's sword villa narrowed his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. No one knew what he was thinking. In the void, the three forces intertwined, causing the world to explode. Huge cracks appeared one after another. Lin Xian received a strong attack and was about to be teleported out of the Lost Lands. If that really happened, he would be completely exposed in front of everyone. At that time, he would have no chance of escaping. Thinking of this, Lin Xian unwillingly roared. He operated the great dragon sword soul with all his strength, and an explosive aura appeared on his body, condensing into the appearance of a true dragon, roaring towards the sky. The dark red divine dragon's expression was also uncertain. It gritted its teeth and said, "Brat, continue to use the great dragon sword soul, don't stop. I'm going to use a secret technique." Then, the dark red divine dragon sword and merged with the true dragon shadow in the void. The true dragon silhouette trembled and rapidly transformed, fusing with the dark red divine dragon to form a giant dragon that was several hundred zhang long. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the dark red divine dragon to have such a secret technique. However, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, and he exerted even more effort to stimulate the great dragon sword soul. On his shoulder, the snow-white little monkey also showed a trace of anger. It floated in the void, and its big black gem-like eyes became incomparably deep. Finally, it formed two vortexes, like black holes. A terrifying aura appeared, as if an immemorial fierce beast had been resurrected. The black vortex and the true dragon silhouette resisted the surrounding energy attacks with all their strength. Outside, after the powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace attacked, a sinister sneer appeared in their eyes. They seemed to have seen the situation after Lin Xian was shaken out of the void. However, in the next moment, the void suddenly exploded. The two divine bird silhouettes suddenly flew back, and a giant dragon that was several hundred zhang long appeared. It roared towards the sky, and with a sweep of its tail and claws, it immediately tore the divine bird silhouette apart. What? What is this? Is it a divine dragon? Everyone was horrified. They all looked at the sky, and a touch of shock appeared in their eyes. The middle-aged swordsman from the deity sword villa and the woman in the palace dress from the moon pavilion also looked dignified. The three powerhouses of the divine bird palace were even more horrified. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. A divine dragon silhouette had appeared in this place. Was there really a divine dragon here? So what if it is a divine dragon? Our divine bird palace also has divine birds. The three of them snorted. Then, the wings on the middle-aged man's back flapped, forming a huge silhouette. It was like two heavenly blades, slashing into the void. The two old men next to him also joined forces to attack, using their respective martial souls. For a moment, the entire sky was flooded with violent energy. The several hundred zhang-long divine dragon was too terrifying. Every time it attacked, it brought with it monstrous energy, destroying the divine bird palace's attack array. "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The great dragon sword soul required too much energy. It was very difficult for him to maintain his current strength until now. If this went on, he was likely to faint. The dark red divine dragon nodded to show that it understood. Then it roared and spat out a huge dragon flame from its mouth. The monstrous flame burned, igniting the sky. The boundless sea of fire spread, and the terrifying heat swept in all directions. At this moment, two black vortexes appeared in the void. Then, they formed two black light pillars that flew over. Wherever they passed, the void shattered. The two black light pillars were too terrifying. The aura made the venerables present tremble from their souls. The attacks of the three powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace were shattered, and the three of them were also suppressed by the Black Serpent Light Pillar. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian was taken away by the teleportation power of the Lost Land and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, the monstrous dragon flame and the Black Light Pillar also disappeared. At this moment, the three venerables of the Divine Bird Palace breathed a sigh of relief. Then, their faces became extremely ugly. They quickly attacked and destroyed the sky, but Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Ah!" The middle-aged man roared wildly. His black hair fluttered, and his body emitted a powerful aura that tore the earth apart. In front of so many people, the three venerables were unable to stop a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Shame, it was too shameful. However, what shocked them was that the little thief had the shadow of a divine dragon and a mysterious powerhouse beside him. Especially the Black Light Pillar, they all trembled. The Deity Sword Villa and the Moon Embracing Pavilion did not laugh at the Divine Bird Palace because they were also shocked and could not speak for a long time. "Go back and report, mobilize all forces, and must not let the little brat escape." The three Divine Bird Palace powerhouses shouted angrily. Suddenly, a terrifying energy rose from the three of them and took away all the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. The Deity Sword Villa and the Moon Embracing Pavilion also left. The appearance of such a mysterious youth in the Sky Martial region would cause a huge shock to the younger generation. Chapter 556. In the void, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and stayed awake. On his shoulder, the little white monkey's eyes regained clarity. It rubbed its big eyes and then went into the storage bag to sleep. The crimson dragon was also lying on Lin Xian's body with a listless look on its face. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he was out of danger for the time being. This time, the teleportation array in the Lost Land sent Lin Xian to an unfamiliar place. In the endless desert, thousands of miles of the Gobi Desert. From time to time, a hurricane would blow by, blowing up the yellow sand and covering the sky. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and then a hole opened like a pocket. Then, a figure fell from the black hole. This figure was Lin Xian. He escaped from the three venerables of the Divine Bird Palace and was teleported to this place. At this time, he was a little weak, so he took a defensive posture as soon as he landed. However, when he found that there was no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the surrounding scene, he was stunned. Yellow sand filled the sky, and strange rocks were everywhere. There were no trees, and it was very desolate. On his body, the dark red dragon also jumped down, looked around, and then howled. Damn it, where is this place? Birds don't shit, there's not even a shadow. He was very weak after using the secret technique. He originally wanted to find some spiritual fruits and demonic beast cores to replenish himself. However, he did not expect to be teleported to such a desolate place. Not to mention spiritual fruits, he could not even see Xiao Chao. Lin Xian was also stunned. He had seen mountains, rivers, and bustling cities, but he had never seen such a desert. However, he was glad that there was no one around, so he could recover his strength. After 3 days of recuperation, Lin Xian finally recovered his strength. However, he was still afraid. The after-effects of overusing the Great Dragon Sword Soul were terrible. He was almost sucked dry. This also reminded him that unless it was absolutely necessary, he must not use the Great Dragon Sword Soul more than he could bear. Otherwise, his life essence would be drained dry, and at that time, only death would await him. After recovering his strength, Lin Xian started to look around. He did not know where he was, so he wanted to find someone to ask. However, Lin Xian discovered that within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only the Gobi Desert. There was not a single person to be found. The dark red divine dragon had a gloomy look on his face as he kept trying to persuade Lin Xian to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Xian had the same idea, so they quickly set off. After summoning Xiao Jin, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon climbed onto Xiao Jin. Little Gold squawked twice, then jumped and ran forward. This place was extremely vast, with yellow sand as far as the eye could see. With a rough look, it seemed that every place was the same. If one was not careful, it was very possible to get lost here. In the desert, there was also a small team moving forward cautiously. Wang Ling was wearing a large white robe that covered his entire body as he walked in the desert. Beside her, there were dozens of martial artist guards wearing white tights. "Miss, we are already close to the depths of the desert. If we go any further, we will reach the center of the desert. It is very dangerous there, you must be careful." Beside Wang Ling, there was an old woman who reminded her in a low voice. "With Grandma Silver Flower around, I am very relieved." Wang Ling smiled and then instructed the martial artists to guard around her. "All of you be careful. Once there is a situation, immediately take action. This time, we must find the primordial yang stone. Miss, this old woman will say something unpleasant. Although the primordial yang stone is precious, compared to life, it is nothing. Grandma Silverflower said, this is just a rumor. It is not certain if it really exists. We don't need to take this risk." Hearing this, Wang Ling shook her head. She must obtain the primordial yang stone. Not only did she need it, if she could sell it, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. At that time, her status in the family would skyrocket. A few thousand meters away from Wang Ling's team, Lin Xian arrived on Xiao Jin. With his outstanding soul power, he already knew that there were people ahead. Therefore, he recalled Chick in advance and walked together with the dark red dragon. At this moment, the dark red dragon was very excited. It did not know how it heard the conversation between Wang Ling and the others. When it found out that there was a primordial yang stone here, it was so excited that it almost jumped up. "Kid, you must obtain this primordial yang stone," the dark red dragon said excitedly. Primordial yang stone contained pure primordial qi and life essence. This kind of thing was very rare and only existed in very special places. The dark red dragon did not expect that there would be primordial yang stone in this desert. It had lost its dragon essence and its cultivation had dropped. If it had the primordial yang stone, it would be able to replenish its dragon essence. At that time, not only would its cultivation recover, it might even be able to condense a trace of dragon essence. This matter was related to its cultivation and life. How could it not be excited? Lin Xian naturally also heard of the primordial yang stone. This stone was also very useful to him. Lin Xian released his soul power and continued to observe the situation. Soon after, he frowned slightly. These guards were obviously under the command of a young man. That young man was behind Wang Ling. His whole body was covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. With his sharp soul power, Lin Xian felt that there was a deep evil hidden in that gaze. Seeing this gaze, Lin Xian knew that this young guard did not have any good intentions. It was very likely that he had designs on the white-robed girl. However, he seemed to have hidden it very well. The white-robed girl did not notice it. If Lin Xian had merged with the great dragon sword soul, his soul power would have increased greatly. Perhaps he would not have noticed the evil in that gaze. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he quickly rushed in that direction. Soon, Wang Ling's group felt the fluctuation of spiritual power behind them. Under the command of the young leader, the surrounding dozens of martial artists all turned around and formed a defensive formation, protecting Wang Ling in the center. Grandma Silverflower also had a grave expression as she looked behind her. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. Grandma Silverflower was slightly stunned. Because this figure was simply too young. It seemed that he was only 17 or 18 years old. However, such a delicate-looking youth had appeared alone in this desert. This made her even more vigilant. When the young guard saw Lin Xian's cultivation, he immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. A trace of coldness filled his eyes. Although the cultivation of a middle-stage spiritual detecting realm martial artist was not weak, it was like an ant in his eyes. He only needed one move to kill a middle-stage spiritual detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, when facing Lin Xian's arrival, he did not feel nervous at all. However, Grandma Silverflower was very cautious. She took a step forward and blocked in front of Wang Ling. She asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The Sunset Desert was very dangerous. Normally, martial artists would enter and exit in groups. No one dared to act alone like this youth. Chapter 557. Little girl, I heard you guys talking about the primordial yang stone. Do you know where it is? The dark red dragon jumped down from Lin Xian's body and hovered on the ground as he asked. The moment the voice came out, everyone was startled. Their hearts trembled as they looked forward. They discovered that there was a small red snake beside the young man. The voice came from this small red snake. A talking demonic beast. Wang Ling was shocked. The young leader was also shocked. One had to know that even a rank 9 demonic beast might not be able to speak. The small snake in front of them clearly had a terrifying aura. It was impossible for it to be a powerful demonic beast. However, it could actually speak human language. This was simply too shocking. What kind of mutant is this? Everyone was shocked. The young leader's eyes were burning. However, Grandma Silverflower's doubts grew. This young man could actually eavesdrop on their conversation, and they didn't even know. In addition to shock, Wang Ling's eyes also had a trace of vigilance. She said in a delicate voice, "I don't know what the primordial yang stone is." There was a trace of coldness in her words. It was obvious that she didn't want to have too much contact with Lin Xian. The Crimson Divine Dragon stomped his feet anxiously. He wanted to say something, but Lin Xian held him back. "This is my first time here. I'm very unfamiliar with this place. Can I join you?" He was indeed unfamiliar with this place. He didn't even know if this place was still in the Sky Martial region. Therefore, he urgently needed to find someone to ask. However, Wang Ling quickly shook her head. Wang Ling quickly shook her head with a trace of displeasure in her eyes. Grandma Silverflower, who was beside her, also said coldly, "We still have things to do. It's not convenient to bring a stranger with us." The young leader also shouted, "Brat, if you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." This voice carried a surge of spiritual power. It rolled over and exploded the surrounding air. Countless yellow sand flew up, forming a huge whirlwind that swept in all directions. This young man was actually at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. No wonder he could become the leader of these guards. His strength was indeed terrifying. The surrounding guards all drew their swords and sabers. A terrifying aura rose from their bodies. "You see, these people don't welcome you. So, you should leave," Wang Ling said. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned and left. The young leader's strength was on par with Granny Silverflower. Furthermore, he had a group of guards under him. If he wanted to rebel, Grandma Silverflower and the King's spirit would not be able to resist. If Wang Ling agreed to go with Lin Xian, they might be able to avoid a disaster along the way. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. He turned around and quickly ran forward, disappearing into the desert in an instant. "Boy, why didn't you continue to ask about the whereabouts of the primordial yang stones?" After leaving those people, the dark red divine dragon shouted in dissatisfaction. "They're on high alert. We can't get anything out of them." Lin Xian shook his head. "So what? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with those people. Why don't you capture them and interrogate them? I don't believe that you won't be able to find out the whereabouts of the Yuan Yang stones." The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Lin Xian shook his head. He had killed many people. But those people deserved to die. Other than that, he had never done anything like robbing. Using force to force people he didn't know was something he couldn't do. "Sigh, boy, you're still too inexperienced. In the world of cultivation, this kind of thing is common. If you don't do it, maybe someone else will." The dark red divine dragon had an exasperated look on his face. "If my cultivation was still here, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. I would have directly searched their souls. This is good. We're just running around like headless flies. When will we be able to find the Yuan Yang stones?" The dark red divine dragon sighed and then jumped up. It stared at Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice. "Boy, are you deliberately not asking because you don't want me to get the Yuan Yang stones?" Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his ears. "I say, Little Red. Are you too bored? Why don't I find Little White to play with you?" Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon drooped its head. In the past few days, it had quarreled with the little white monkey several times. But when the little white monkey's furry paw came down, it would immediately faint. It was the same every time. There was no accident. In the end, when it saw the little white monkey's paw, it had a shadow in its heart. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when the dark red divine dragon was no longer noisy. Then, he released his soul spirit and searched around. Since the dark red divine dragon mentioned the Yuan Yang stones and had the same attitude just now, Lin Xian was sure that there were Yuan Yang stones nearby. Sunset, afterglow. The entire desert was covered in a layer of orange light. The red sun emitted its last trace of heat before completely sinking into the ground. Suddenly, the entire desert became dark. Not only that, countless gusts of wind blew in the surroundings, and the temperature dropped sharply. Lin Xian stopped and did not want to move forward. Normally, with his cultivation, traveling at night would not be a problem. But in this desert, especially after sunset, he felt that his soul spirit was suppressed. Right now, he could only sense the situation within 100 meters. He couldn't sense anything further than that. This was not good news for him. It had to be known that he was walking alone in this desert. It was inevitable that he would encounter something. If he could not predict it in advance, the result would be very dangerous. In the end, he decided to stay in place and wait for the next morning before moving forward again. A bright moon rose, and the cold moonlight shone on the ground. The sand reflected a bit of silver light. In the latter half of the night, the temperature dropped and the air seemed to freeze. Even with Lin Xian's cultivation, he still felt the bone-piercing cold. What a strange desert. No wonder those people came in groups. Lin Xian was surprised. It had to be known that with his strength, ordinary cold could not threaten him at all. However, the cold air of the desert made him feel uncomfortable. The spiritual power in his body circulated, and a surging aura filled his body, dispersing the cold air around him. With the protection of his spiritual power, it was indeed much warmer. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate and let the dark red divine dragon stand guard. The cold night passed, and the sun rose. The temperature rose again. This desert was very strange. The temperature at night was very cold. It could probably freeze a spirit transformation realm warrior to death. However, the temperature during the day was extremely high. It was like a furnace. Especially under his feet, it was like flowing lava. It was unbearably hot. Lin Xian used the golden thunder body to form a solid defense as he walked in the yellow sand. Although the journey was boring, he had a new understanding of cultivation. In the past, he had always been in a state of cultivation and fighting. His entire body was in a tense state. It was rare for him to be able to calm down and comprehend like now. These days of walking in the yellow sand had deepened his understanding of martial arts. It could be said that his spirit had been sublimated. Chapter 558. When Wang Ling's group saw Lin Xian again, their faces darkened. In their opinion, Lin Xian must have secretly followed them here. This person was so sneaky that he was definitely not a good person. Grandma Silverflower snorted. Very simple, I'll kill him. The young leader's words were filled with killing intent. Forget it, let's go find the primordial yang stone first. Wang Ling shook his head. If he really dares to follow us again, it won't be too late to make a move then. Fine, let him live a little longer. Anyway, an ant like him can be dealt with in one strike. The young leader snorted. Feeling the other's killing intent, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If the other party really made a move, he wouldn't be lenient. Although he wouldn't look for trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. He even dared to kill people from a 6-star sect like the Divine Bird Palace, let alone these spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Seeing that those people didn't make a move, Lin Xian silently turned around and continued on his way. At night, the temperature dropped again. It was like 10,000-year-old ice floating in the void. There was a cold aura everywhere, as if it could freeze people into popsicles. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, floating in the void. He circulated all the spirit energy in his body to resist the cold aura. He didn't sit directly on the sand because the yellow sand was too strange. It was like an ice hammer in the night, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Therefore, he chose to float in the void. Not long after, the yellow sand below began to surge, making whooshing sounds like waves. Lin Xian frowned and woke up from his cultivation. He cautiously looked down. Suddenly, the yellow sand below split open, and a black shadow shot out, shining with a cold light, and pierced upwards. Lin Xian snorted coldly and dodged quickly, easily dodging the attack of the black light. Then, he floated in the air and looked down. With his outstanding soul power, he quickly sensed the situation below. It was the tail of a demonic beast. The scales on it were triangular and emitted a cold light. At the tip of the tail, there was a 1-meter-long poisonous needle. There was a purple aura on it. It was obviously poisonous. Lin Xian frowned. That poison needle didn't seem any worse than a high-grade spirit step artifact. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was also awakened. He looked down and shouted excitedly. "Kill it! Kill it! The demon crystal is mine!" Below, countless clouds of yellow sand tumbled and then flowed in all directions. A purple poisonous scorpion crawled out from under the yellow sand. Its tail was raised high, and the purple poisonous needle was shining like an awl. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he quickly swung his sword. A fine sword light slashed down from above at high speed. This sword light was very light and gentle, as if it did not exist. However, when it neared the scorpion, it suddenly exploded with a sharp aura. The sword light flashed and instantly cut down on the poisonous scorpion. Chi! The scorpion's body trembled and split open from the middle. The split was neat, and its organs and blood spilled out onto the ground. The dark red divine dragon roared and turned into a red ray of light, quickly flying down. It took out a fist-sized demon crystal from the corpse and quickly swallowed it. After killing the poisonous scorpion, Lin Xian did not relax. Instead, he frowned even more because he felt that there was an undercurrent flowing under the yellow sand. A few thousand meters away, Wang Ling's team was also nervously looking around. The entire surface of the yellow sand was moving up and down like waves. A terrifying demonic aura came from the depths of the desert and rushed in all directions. Then, there was a rustling sound. Countless poisonous scorpions crawled out from the ground. These poisonous scorpions were purple and as big as mountains. The small ones were the size of dogs. They stood on the yellow sand and bathed in the cold moonlight. They covered the mountains and plains and surrounded Wang Ling's team. The scene was too terrifying. Wang Ling's team only had about 20 people, but there were thousands of poisonous scorpions around them. If they were surrounded, there was no chance of survival. Therefore, in an instant, Grandma Silverflower rushed into the sky with Wang Ling. The young leader also shouted and a powerful aura exploded from his body as he quickly dodged. The other guards protected the two sides and retreated quickly. All of this happened in an instant. The entire team rushed into the sky quickly. From this point, it could be seen that this team was more experienced. On the yellow sand, the poisonous scorpions bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they rushed into the sky. They emitted a terrifying demonic aura that intertwined to form a huge poisonous scorpion shadow. The poisonous scorpion shadow was 100 feet long and filled the entire sky. With a wave of its huge pincers, it tore the void apart. Its long tail was like a divine whip that swept in all directions. In an instant, the poisonous scorpion shadow's tail swept towards Wang Ling's team in the sky. With a loud bang, the guards in the back row were sent flying, vomiting blood as they were sent flying. The young leader and Grandma Silverflower released a powerful aura that formed a golden defense. It was a shield of strong spiritual power that was half a meter thick. It blocked the huge tail that swept over. However, the tail had a strong poisonous aura. When it came into contact with the defense, there was a sizzling sound as if ice and snow were melting in a raging fire. The young leader and Grandma Silverflower were shocked. They quickly waved their palms and a vast amount of spiritual power surged forward. A resplendent saber radiance slashed across and a huge palm shadow surged out. Everywhere it passed, sparks flew and large pieces of scales and white bones fell. The two of them joined forces and resisted the attack of the huge tail. However, the two of them did not show any joy because the scorpion shadow appeared again. Its huge pincers were like a hammer of death with a mighty aura. Woo woo. Everywhere it passed, there was a whistling sound in the air. It was as if hell was crying. It was very miserable. When the sound drifted out, the martial artists and guards felt their scalps go numb and their hearts tremble. Everyone attacked frantically and tried their best to escape. Lin Xian was also surrounded by countless poisonous scorpions. However, he appeared to be much calmer and did not panic. He raised his arm and the Nirvana sword surged out. The pitch-black long sword slashed downwards. A cold and deathly aura descended like the arrival of the Grim Reaper and slashed into the group of scorpions. Suddenly, a large number of poisonous scorpions were shattered into pieces. Those that were not hit were also affected by the Nirvana Chi and lost a large amount of life force. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws at the side and collected all the cracked demon crystals below. Then, it stuffed them all into its mouth. These things were definitely the best nourishment for it. Lin Xian almost instantly killed hundreds of poisonous scorpions. However, even more scorpions swarmed over. The desert shook violently. Groups of poisonous scorpions struggled out of the yellow sand. Densely packed, it was a ghastly sight, causing one to feel fear just by looking at it. This time, there were even more poisonous scorpions and they were even more powerful. The surroundings were filled with purple demonic aura. It formed a poisonous fog that corroded the surroundings. Lin Xian frowned and retreated quickly. The poisonous aura was very strong. It could poison a spirit-detecting martial artist. He did not want to fight with these scorpions, so he used his movement technique to leave. Chapter 559. Lin Xian soared into the sky and quickly left the place. However, dozens of purple figures suddenly shot up from below. Like purple lightning bolts, they quickly rushed into the sky and chased after Lin Xian. Fuck, flying scorpions. The dark red divine dragon yelled from the side. Lin Xian turned around. His face was gloomy because there were dozens of 2-meter-long scorpions behind him. They had a pair of wings on their backs and were quickly flying over. Their wings were light purple with purple air currents circulating on them. It was very dreamy. The purple wings flapped and instantly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. It was his first time seeing winged scorpions. Moreover, he could clearly sense that these scorpions were abnormally powerful, far surpassing the ones below. It seemed that these scorpions were the elites of the mutated traceless. In an instant, dozens of scorpions flew over and surrounded Lin Xian. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced. Lin Xian's body erupted with a bright light like a small sun. These were all formed by sword chi and were extremely sharp. These sword chi surged out and slashed in all directions, immediately blasting away the incoming scorpions. Lin Xian did not stay and turned to leave. However, the scorpions behind him surged forward again with purple air currents circulating on their bodies. Obviously, the attack just now did not kill them. It only pushed them back. Lin Xian's expression was cold. 2 rays of sword chi shot out from his eyes. He snorted coldly and raised his right hand. A blood-red longsword condensed. Sword of Slaughter. As soon as the blood-red longsword appeared, an endless murderous aura soared. A strong bloodthirsty killing intent swept through the world. This murderous aura was so strong that even the winged scorpions around him trembled slightly. They wanted to move, but Lin Xian did not give them the chance. He waved his arm and the sword of slaughter flew out. It was like a blood-red sun, shining in all directions. Countless blood-red sword chi slashed horizontally, slashing the venomous scorpions around him, making clanging sounds. Clouds of bloody mist exploded, and those flying scorpions exploded, turning into fragments that fell into the yellow sand, and were soon swallowed up by the yellow sand. After dealing with these poison scorpions, Lin Xian turned around and left. During this period, he encountered 2 flying scorpions that chased after him, but they were both taken care of by his sword of slaughter. In the end, blood-red sword marks formed around Lin Xian and floated around him. They emitted a terrifying aura, making him look like an Asura from hell. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that the venomous scorpions stopped chasing after them. Lin Xian put away the sword of slaughter and used the long life's secret art. Only then did the blood-red sword ripples around his body disappear. The shocking killing intent on his body also disappeared. After leaving the poisonous scorpions, Lin Xian continued forward. He felt that this desert was too strange, there were many hidden dangers everywhere. If he was not careful then he might lose his life here, so he planned to find the primordial yang stones and immediately leave. However, ahead of him, he encountered Wang Ling and the others. However, the other party was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they looked battered and exhausted. The number of guards had also decreased by half, and every one of them was wounded. Even the youth and Grandma Silverflower's clothes were shattered in a flash. On the other hand, Wang Ling was still in good condition, but his little face was pale without a trace of blood. It was obvious that these people had also encountered the poisonous scorpions and had just escaped. At this moment those people also saw Lin Xian. They were angry at first, but then they were stunned. This was because Lin Xian's clothes were very clean and tidy, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. He did not look like he had gone through a great battle at all. How is this possible? Did he not encounter the poisonous scorpions? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. It's just luck. The youth leader coldly snorted, and a trace of gloominess appeared in his eyes. However, in his opinion, Lin Xian was completely lucky that he did not encounter the poisonous scorpions. Otherwise, a small martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm would not have been able to escape from the poisonous scorpions. Lin Xian indifferently glanced at Wang Ling's team. Without any expression, he quickly walked past them. Meanwhile, the youth leader coldly snorted, and a surge of killing intent rose from his body. However, this action was stopped by Grandma Silverflower. Her reason was that they had just escaped, and it was not suitable for them to fight. The most important thing now was to quickly rest and recover their strength to deal with what was coming next. Count yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely cut you down with my blade. The youth leader's voice was cold. The night passed, and the day arrived. This time, Lin Xian summoned the snow-white little monkey and asked it to use the treasure basin to find the location of the garden sunstone. The snow-white little monkey yawned and took out the shabby little bowl on its head. Then, it spoke with conviction like a little charlatan, dancing and jumping with joy. The dark red divine dragon found it funny. Then, it seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Could this shabby plate be that treasure basin?" It was bewildered as it carefully stared at the snow-white little monkey, trying to figure it out. The snow-white little monkey jumped for a while, then picked up the little bowl and pointed in a direction. Finally, it jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and began to command. Lin Xian smiled and handed the snow-white little monkey a few spirit fruits. Then, his body swayed, and he disappeared into a flash of lightning. After walking for half a day, Lin Xian suddenly saw a patch of green trees in front of him. An oasis. His eyes lit up, and he increased his speed. The dark red divine dragon also let out a strange cry and flew over excitedly. In front of him, there was a small oasis with mottled green trees and a crystal-like lake. The dark red divine dragon dove into the lake and played to its heart's content. Damn it, the wind and sand these few days have been too strong. It has dirted my scales. I must wash them properly. The dark red divine dragon kept complaining. Lin Xian also smiled. He took out a few containers and started to store water. The snow-white little monkey was also playing by the lake. At the same time, it took out the shabby little bowl again and kept muttering. Then, it cried out excitedly and ran to a green tree with the small bowl on its head. It started to dig a hole. Its little claws waved, and soon, it was holding something that looked like ginseng. Its big eyes were squinted into the shape of a crescent moon. Supreme grade sand ginseng. It's at least 3,000 years old. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon rushed over with a whoosh. Now, he was sure that this shabby bowl was definitely the legendary treasure bowl. Otherwise, the snow-white little monkey would not be able to find such a supreme-grade spirit herb. Even with his experienced eyes, he did not find it just now. This supreme-grade sand ginseng must have been hidden very deeply. Hee, little monkey, do you want me to exchange it for you? The dark red divine dragon stood on both legs like a wolf with a big tail. It smiled very wretchedly. It waved its claws and took out a few demon crystals, wanting to exchange it with the snow-white little monkey. However, the snow-white little monkey held the supreme-grade sand ginseng with disdain in its eyes. It did not care about the demon crystals in the dark red dragon's hands. But he didn't expect that there would be a load here. Although the scale was not very big, it was enough to shock the world. Moreover, what made him pleasantly surprised was that this primordial yang stone load was discovered by him. It was an ownerless object, so he could use it alone. This was like picking up a huge treasure. However, the only thing that worried Lin Xian was that when he opened the restriction, there was a violent fluctuation that might alarm others. But then he felt relieved. After all, this was a desert and there weren't many people. But for safety's sake, he decided to quickly take action and search for some. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon has already jumped down. He looked at the ground full of primordial yang stones and saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian's figure flickered and arrived below in a flash. He discovered that there were 3 kinds of primordial yang stones. One of them was the size of a fingernail and had a somewhat mottled color. It was low-grade primordial yang stone. Another one was the size of a walnut and was mid-grade primordial yang stone. The best one was the size of a fist and was glossy and was emitting pure yuan aura. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was crazily plundering primordial yang stones. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This ruffian dragon really dared to take action. All the stones it took were high-grade primordial yang stones. It didn't even look at mid-grade primordial yang stones. Next, Lin Xian's figure flickered and also quickly took action. Ha ha! The dark red divine dragon laughed heartily. His mouth was grinning from ear to ear. He waved his dragon claws and took a high-grade primordial yang stone every time. Rich, this time I'm really rich, the dark red divine dragon unceasingly roared. At this moment, a cool breeze blew and the high-grade primordial yang stones on the ground instantly disappeared. Immediately, the dark red divine dragon crazily shouted, "Damn, goddamn brat, slow down a bit. Leave some for me." However, Lin Xian did not slow down and continued to move quickly. The little white monkey looked on in amazement. Then, its eyes narrowed into crescents. It took down the small bowl on its head and smashed it on the ground. Then, it waved its little claws. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the high-grade primordial yang stones in the vicinity appeared in the small bowl. Damn, my primordial yang stones. The dark red divine dragon saw the little white monkey's smile and its lungs exploded with anger. Bandits, a bunch of bandits. The dark red divine dragon's heart was bleeding. It was as if it had gone crazy and moved around the entire mine. Just as Lin Xian and the others were collecting the primordial yang stones, Wang Ling's team also appeared in the nearby oasis. Grandma Silverflower took out a map and said, according to the map, the primordial yang stones should be near this oasis. Alright, let's take a rest and split up to search. Wang Ling said. However, at this moment, the young leader's eyebrows twitched. He was puzzled and looked into the distance. Even Grandma Silverflower's expression changed as she revealed a puzzled look. This aura. What pure yang qi? Could it be the primordial yang stones? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. As for the young leader, his face was filled with joy. He shouted and quickly ran into the distance. Then, he led the guards and set off. I reckon this should be the aura of the primordial yang stones. Let's go and take a look. Grandma Silverflower said. After that, the group of people quickly rushed forward. Not long after, they felt that the pure yang qi in front of them was getting denser and denser. Not far ahead, the ground cracked and a few fingernail-sized stones were scattered on the ground. The young leader took the lead. His body flashed and he instantly picked up the stones on the ground. Chapter 561. The guards were overjoyed and began to search. Wang Ling walked over with Grandma Silverflower. When she saw this scene, she revealed a gratified smile. Great, we are rich this time. However, when the young leader heard this, he snorted coldly. No. You are wrong. It's not us, it's me. It's me who is rich. The young leader's voice had a tinge of malevolence. The guards beside him also had a playful smile. What do you mean? Wang Ling asked in a deep voice. At the side, Grandma Silverflower shouted angrily, How dare you? Are you rebelling? Rebelling? The young leader laughed insolently. Yes, I am rebelling. Hearing this, Grandma Silverflower's face turned gloomy. She did not expect these guards to rebel at such a crucial moment. Moreover, the one leading the rebellion was the leader of the guards. Why? Wang Ling shouted, Our Wang family has given you a lot. Why? The young leader sneered. Stupid. We followed your Wang family for spiritual stones and resources. Now that we have found the primordial yang stone, what kind of treasure can't we get? Do we still need your Wang family? What a joke. The young leader's voice was cold with a tinge of ruthlessness. Aren't you afraid of the Wang family's revenge? Wang Ling shrieked. Wang family's revenge. The young leader sneered. Do you think the Wang family will know what is happening here in this desert? Looking at the young leader's ferocious face, Wang Ling was finally afraid. She asked in a trembling voice, What do you want? At the side, Grandma Silverflower took a step forward and emitted a powerful aura. I am warning you not to act recklessly. She is the young miss of the Wang family. Don't worry, young miss. We won't kill you. The young leader laughed. Following which, a tinge of evil fire appeared in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman. Of course, we have to enjoy her. After speaking, the surrounding warriors laughed maniacally. Their eyes were filled with lust. Being stared at by so many eyes, Wang Ling's body trembled. She felt her body burning as though she had been exposed. Despicable. Shameless. Wang Ling shrieked. I am despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? The young leader laughed maniacally. His cultivation was the highest here. He was God. Listen to me obediently. Once I'm tired of playing, I might even let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his speech, his body exuded a powerful aura that contained endless killing intent. Wang Ling retreated in terror. She was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, so she couldn't resist this aura at all. Seeing Wang Ling's terrified expression, the young man laughed maniacally. The saber in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and he quickly slashed out, instantly tearing apart Wang Ling's loose robe. In an instant, Wang Ling's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The eyes of the surrounding martial artists lit up like hungry wolves as they stared at the exposed part of his body. Wang Ling screamed in fright and hid behind Grandma Silverflower. On the other hand, Grandma Silverflower snorted coldly. Spiritual energy surged from her entire body and condensed into a silver flower in front of her, which rapidly floated and rotated. "Young mistress, leave quickly. I will stop them," Grandma Silverflower said in a deep voice. Wang Ling nodded, then turned around and left quickly. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. Brothers, capture the little beauty for me," the young leader shouted. Then, he waved his saber and slashed at Grandma Silverflower. A great battle was about to break out. The two experts were fighting, and their terrifying auras shook the surroundings. Wang Ling's path behind her was blocked, so she could only run forward. Soon, she arrived near the barren mountain in front of her. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was collecting high-grade primordial yang stones in the barren mountain, suddenly changed his expression. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared outside the cave. Then, he looked ahead with a gloomy face. Not far ahead, Wang Ling's clothes were tattered, and her body was exposed. She was running toward him with a panicked expression. Behind her were 7 or 8 guards with sabers, who were chasing after her. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Everything was as he had expected. He knew that those guards were up to no good, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "Young hero, save me." Wang Ling saw Lin Xian's figure and immediately shouted. However, the dissatisfaction and disgust in her eyes had long disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of pitiful look. Lin Xian sneered. Not long ago, this woman had arrogantly chased him away. Her attitude was insufferably arrogant. And now, the other party was actually asking for his help. This change in attitude was too fast. Moreover, she had 8 martial artists chasing after her. Most of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and 3 of them were at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. This kind of team could crush any late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Perhaps only a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist could take them on. Lin Xian's current cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but Wang Ling was asking him for help. This was clearly sending him to his death. If it was anyone else, they might have rushed over after seeing her pitiful appearance. However, Lin Xian was different. He was very calm and analyzed the situation clearly in an instant. He was still standing there, not moving at all. Wang Ling cursed in her heart when she saw that Lin Xian was not doing anything. However, she knew that only Lin Xian could buy her some time and give her a chance to escape. Therefore, she put on a pitiful expression, and there was even a hint of charm in her eyes. "Young master, save me." Wang Ling arrived beside Lin Xian in a flash. She purposely revealed a large portion of her skin, making her expression even more pitiful. When the people behind saw this, they suddenly felt a ball of fire in their lower abdomens. They wanted nothing more than to take Wang Ling on the spot. They quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Xian and Wang Ling. One of the late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists walked out and shouted, "Brat, this is none of your business. Hurry up and scram, or I'll cut you down as well." Lin Xian raised his brows and said, "I don't care about your business." If you want to fight, scram to the side. Hearing this, Wang Ling's heart tightened. The guards in front were furious. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat dared to tell them to scram. This was too much. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that there was an extremely pure yang energy coming from the cave behind the brat. There was no need to think. There was definitely a primal yang stone inside. Brothers, go. Capture that girl first, then kill this brat and take the primal yang stone. The late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist shouted. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists pulled out their swords and rushed over. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly. A sound wave carrying a terrifying energy spread out. It turned into a rolling wave that surged forward. Instantly, the terrifying sound wave sent the guards in front flying. The mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists were sent flying while vomiting blood. Among them, 3 late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists felt their blood boil. Their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 562. Their combination was enough to kill any late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist, but a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat was able to injure all of them with just a roar. This was too unbelievable. Wang Ling was also shocked. Her eyes were filled with horror. However, she was overjoyed. At least she was safe for now. Moreover, with the young leader's temper, he definitely wouldn't let Lin Xian go. If the two of them fought, both of them might be injured. At that time, she would work with Grandma Silver Flower to kill all of them. Then all the primal yang stones in this cave would be hers. Thinking of this possibility, Wang Ling was excited. The pitiful expression on her face became even more intense. She even secretly tore her clothes to shreds, revealing her alluring figure. As long as she could charm Lin Xian, her plan would be halfway to success. At this moment, another terrifying aura came from behind. 2 rays of light flashed. 2 powerful auras flew over from the distance. With a flash of light, 2 figures landed on the ground. Miss! When Grandma Silver Flower saw Wang Ling's tattered clothes, her eyelids twitched. Her figure flashed, and she arrived beside Wang Ling. She looked around vigilantly. On the other side, the young leader's face darkened when he saw the guards lying on the ground and wailing. These guards were very powerful. Apart from him, no one would be able to withstand their combined attack. However, all of them were lying on the ground, and many of them were seriously injured. He found it hard to accept. Who injured you? The young leader asked in a deep voice. Their expressions were ugly as they looked at Lin Xian. However, they couldn't say anything. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist had injured them with just a roar. No one would believe it if they said it. However, the young leader didn't need them to say anything. He knew everything from their expressions. Then, he looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Brat, you dare to injure my people. You're courting death. His voice was cold and shook the void. However, his gaze quickly swept past Lin Xian and looked at the cave behind him. He could feel a dense pure yang energy there. Could it be primal yang stones? The young leader's voice trembled. Then, his eyes lit up. That's right, primal yang stone, it's definitely primal yang stone. And there must be a lot of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such pure yang qi. Grandma Silver Flower's face was also filled with shock as she stared at the cave crack not far away. Ha 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 ha, I've struck it big this time. The young leader laughed wildly. Little beauty, I have to thank you this time. He was simply too excited. If he could obtain the primordial yang stones in the cave, then he would definitely become rich overnight, and there was even a chance that his personal wealth would surpass the entire Wang clan. At that time, he could also use this wealth to develop his own family's power and become an overlord. When he thought of this, his entire body became agitated. An incomparably tyrannical saber-chi soared from his body as if it was about to break through the sky. All of you will die. This voice contained a cold killing intent. Obviously, the young leader was determined to kill. He would not let these people leave alive, otherwise, if others knew that he had so many primordial yang stones, they would face an imminent disaster. One had to know that even supremacies would be envious of primordial yang stones. Wang Ling put on a new robe. She was still standing beside Lin Xian, but in her heart, she was constantly thinking of a way to deal with this situation. She and Grandma Silverflower stood to the side, not saying anything, nor did they have any intention of helping Lin Xian. From the looks of it, she wanted to let Lin Xian and the young leader fight, letting both sides suffer, and then reap the benefits. Lin Xian was expressionless as he said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance, either get lost or die." His voice was very calm, without a trace of fluctuation, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, but the domineering aura in his voice was unmistakable. Hearing this, the young leader frowned, and immediately sneered. "Threatening me, with just you? Brat, I think you're tired of living, don't you know how to write the word death? Fine, today, let me teach you what regret is. I'll split you open with my saber, and let you know that there are some people you can't provoke. Boss, this brat is very strange, be careful." One of the guards said. "Humph, a bunch of good-for-nothings. I've raised you for nothing." The young leader coldly snorted. "You can't even beat a middle-stage spirit-detecting brat, what trash. All of you, come with me now." The guards felt bitter in their hearts, but they didn't dare to disobey the young leader's order, or else their end would be very miserable. These people were holding sabers and swords, and their hands were constantly trembling. The long sabers in their hands were clattering. Even so, they still didn't dare to make a move against Lin Xian. There was no other way, the scene just now was too shocking. Just a sound wave had injured all 8 of them. This brat's strength was too terrifying, and he wasn't any weaker than the young leader. "Useless trash, get out of my way. Humph, I'll let you see what true strength is." The young leader coldly snorted, and his aura surged out like a wave, causing the surrounding guards to retreat. In his hand was a huge blue saber. The back of the saber was very wide as 2 palms. From the looks of it, it was obvious that this saber was very heavy. Sure enough, the young leader casually waved it, and it caused the void to buzz as if it couldn't bear it. "One move is enough to deal with you." He was very confident. He raised his right arm, and the snow-white saber emitted a cold aura in the air. Then, his arm fell, and a resplendent saber light rushed out. It turned into saber chi and quickly slashed forward. Wherever it passed, the air cracked, and the ground sank. It was a terrifying scene. Wang Ling's expression changed drastically. Her small face was pale, and she kept retreating. Fortunately, Grandma Silverflower was protecting her by the side. She formed a silver-colored flower defense and protected her, preventing her from being corroded by the saber chi. This saber was too stunning. Probably no one below the peak of the spirit-detecting realm could block it. The young leader sneered. He could even see the scene of Lin Xian being chopped into pieces by his saber chi. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. But soon, his laughter stopped. It was as if someone was strangling his neck. That arrogant laughter suddenly disappeared in the air. Not only that, his entire face was red, and it was as if he couldn't breathe. The surrounding martial artists were shocked, and they were dumbfounded. This was because they saw Lin Xian shatter that resplendent saber light with just one punch. The whole process was smooth and without any pause. It was obvious that Lin Xian's punch was casual. How is this possible? How can you shatter my saber chi? The young leader screamed. He didn't believe that his opponent could shatter his attack even if he was beaten to death. However, it really happened in front of his eyes, and he had to believe it. Chapter 563. It was also her first time seeing Lin Xian make a move. She didn't expect this weak youth to have such terrifying strength. Fortunately, she didn't make a move against Wu. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrifying. On the side, Wang Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. Just as she thought, Lin Xian's strength was on par with the young leader. Perhaps he was a little stronger. However, if the two of them fought, both sides would be injured. At that time, they might even perish together. At that time, they would have an absolute advantage. Because in this battle, other than the young leader and Lin Xian, only Grandma Silverflower's strength had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. At that time, they would be the rulers. On the other side, the young leader also calmed down from his shock. Good kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Looking at your appearance, your true strength should have reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. There was a trace of seriousness in his expression. Then, he tightly gripped the blue broadsword in his hand. However, don't think that you can defeat me just like that. That attack just now was just a casual attack. You being able to shatter it doesn't mean anything. Next, I will let you know my true strength. I will also make you regret being born into this world. At this point, a powerful aura surged from the young leader's body. It was very sharp and slashed in all directions like a heavenly blade. A powerful aura surged from the young leader's body. It was like a heavenly blade that slashed at Lin Xian. Blade intent. Wang Ling was shocked. This blade intent was too strong. It was as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Grandma Silverflower's expression was also grave. In the battle just now, she was suppressed by this blade intent. Although both of them were late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, she had been in this realm for decades and was far stronger than the young leader. Logically speaking, her battle strength should be stronger. However, the other party's blade intent was too strong. Even she couldn't withstand it. Now, this terrifying blade intent appeared again and slashed at Lin Xian. According to Grandma Silverflower's deduction, Lin Xian couldn't block it at all. Blade intent. 70%. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the other party's saber intent was incomparably sharp in the eyes of others, in his opinion, it could not withstand a single blow. After all, even Yi Lin Yun, who had comprehended sword intent to the phenomenal stage, wasn't a match for him, let alone this young leader. Since the other party was courting death, there was nothing he could do. Thus, when the blade aura slashed down, he did not move in the slightest. The surrounding injured cultivators grinned maliciously. In their opinion, Lin Xian must have been scared silly. Wang Ling cursed in her heart. What a piece of trash. She originally thought that she would be able to contend against the young leader, but she did not expect that she would be so weak. Seeing this scene, she was extremely anxious. One had to know that Lin Xian's battle prowess was a part of her plan, and the current situation was likely to cause her plan to fail. The young leader sneered. His saber intent was extremely tyrannical. Even martial artists of the same level would not dare to forcefully contend against it. It was impossible for a small martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm to withstand his saber intent. You still want to fight with me? You're courting death. The young leader snorted coldly. Looking at the blade aura that was rapidly approaching him, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he slowly reached out his hand and clenched it slightly. This palm seemed slow and casual, but it was extremely fast. Moreover, he was grabbing at the weak point of the saber intent. Therefore, in the next moment, the shocking blade aura suddenly trembled and then shattered like a mirror. What? He actually shattered the blade aura. This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. That was a blade aura that had been infused with 70% saber intent. It was extremely sharp and could even threaten a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such a sharp attack had been casually shattered. How did that kid do it? Who is he? The surrounding martial artists were shocked and subconsciously retreated. They no longer dared to look at Lin Xian. Wang Ling was also stunned. She felt her mind go blank and could not breathe. The young leader's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with shock. He knew the power of this move. With Yi Linian's strength, it was impossible for him to withstand it. How did he do it? The young leader was extremely puzzled. Then, he stomped his feet and quickly rushed over. Blue blade aura. The young leader swung the blue blade in his hand. It formed a dazzling blue blade aura that enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying saber intent rose up into the sky as if it could cut through everything. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not intend to waste time with the other party. His body swayed as he used the illusory demon steps. His speed was extremely fast. He put two fingers together and a sword aura flickered on his fingertips. He pointed out with his finger. It was as fast as lightning and as shocking as divine thunder. The green sword aura flashed and cut through the blade aura that filled the sky. Then, it pierced into the young leader's throat at an extremely fast speed. So fast. No. Can. In the next moment, the blade aura and sword aura disappeared. The young leader's body trembled and his pupils gradually dilated. The powerful aura on his body was quickly disappearing. There was a finger-sized hole in his throat and blood was flowing out crazily. He stared blankly at Lin Xian before collapsing. Even in death, he did not believe that this middle-stage spirit-detecting realm youth could kill him in one move. Silence. It was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was dumbstruck. They only regained their senses after a long time. The surrounding martial artists and guards threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Wang Ling's heart was beating wildly. Her face was filled with shock as her chest heaved up and down. To be honest, she was truly shocked. She would never have thought that this unremarkable youth would have such great strength. If the other party could kill the young leader, then he could also kill Grandma Silverflower. This way, her plan could not be carried out. Grandma Silverflower's eyelids were twitching wildly. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty as her body trembled slightly. She was the strongest here and had the most unique insight. Therefore, she could deeply feel the terror of that sword aura. Chapter 564. Why don't you let me follow you? Once we leave the desert, my Wang family will definitely reward you handsomely. Wang Ling tried her best to stay by Lin Xian's side. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied. Earlier, he had proposed to travel together, but he was mercilessly rejected and even mocked. Now, she wanted to leave with him. How could that be possible? There was no such thing in the world. He wanted to reject her, but in the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the void. Wang Ling didn't know why Lin Xian had such a reaction, but Grandma Silverflower frowned slightly. She also tried to sense. Not long after, her heart trembled, and she revealed a look of shock. That was because she felt several powerful auras rushing over from afar. Any one of those auras could make her tremble. Needless to say, these people's cultivation must have surpassed the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Thinking of this, a worried expression appeared on her wrinkled face again. Not long after, Wang Ling also felt those powerful auras. Her little face was also tense, and her little hands were clenched together uneasily. The change in the situation was beyond her expectations again. Lin Xian frowned and looked into the sky. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey in the cave, asking them to speed up their collection. In the next moment, a few figures descended and stood in the void. That powerful pressure caused the surroundings to buzz and tremble, as if the entire void could not withstand this power. A few figures descended and stood in the void, emitting powerful auras. Then, these people looked down with disdain. Primordial Yang Stone, it is indeed Primordial Yang Stone. The voice in the sky had a hint of excitement. Then, the few figures slowly descended. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the sky. He noticed that the first to descend was an elder in linen clothes. This elder had an aquiline nose and dark eyes. His aura was powerful, and his cultivation was probably at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. When the surrounding guards felt this aura, they immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. Grandma Silverflower was also shocked. She carefully guarded Wang Ling at the side. On the other hand, Lin Xian appeared to be very calm. However, he didn't do anything excessive and just stood there silently. Under such circumstances, he did not want to become the center of attention. The moment the gray-robed old man landed, he looked forward. His eyes were like divine light as he stared at the cave in front of him. Then, he grinned. His palm danced, forming a huge claw of light that grabbed forward. It looked as if it was going to envelop the entire mountain. However, at this moment, a beam of sword light fell from the sky like a rainbow and instantly sent the huge palm of light flying. After that, the sword light also disappeared. "Old Hui, aren't you being too impatient?" A slightly dissatisfied voice came from behind. It was a blue-haired middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist. His aura was fierce. Other than the blue-haired swordsman, there was also a young woman and a one-armed old man. These three people had powerful auras that were not any weaker than the gray-robed old man. It was clear that these people were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Wang Ling, who was originally worried and afraid, immediately became happy when she saw the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman. "Uncle Shengwan!" Wang Ling shouted and quickly ran over. Grandma Silverflower also heaved a sigh of relief and followed behind Wang Ling. "Hey, it's actually the little girl from the Wang family." "Little girl, why are you here?" What happened?" "Even your guard leader was slaughtered." "Who did it?" Seeing the corpse on the ground, the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman frowned. "Uncle Shengwan, you have to seek justice for me." Wang Ling immediately cried and looked very sad. "I originally obtained an ancient map that marked the existence of the primordial Yang Stone. Then, I brought my guards to search for it. Along the way, I traveled with that young man." Then, she pointed at Lin Xian. "However, who would have thought that when we reached the primordial Yang Stone, this guy suddenly betrayed me and killed my guard leader. Moreover, he wanted to occupy the primordial Yang Stone cave. Not only that, he wanted to molest me. Uncle Shengwan, you have to save me." Wang Ling cried bitterly and looked very pitiful. It was as if she had suffered a great injury. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This woman was really too vicious. He was the one who discovered the primordial Yang Stone cave and the betrayal was done by the young guard leader. As for the molestation, it was even more impossible. And now, Wang Ling, this evil woman, had pushed all the blame onto him. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. One must know that not long ago, he had saved Wang Ling's life. Now that this vicious woman had a new backer, she wanted to distort the truth and kill him to silence him. As expected, you are vicious. I have never seen such a shameless woman. Uncle Shengwan, look, he is still insulting me. Wang Ling cried again. Her small face was filled with tears and it made one's heart ache. Good boy, you look honest, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. The blue-haired swordsman coldly snorted. Break your arms and kneel on the side. I will deal with you after I settle the matter of the primordial yang stone. There was a trace of coldness and ruthlessness in his voice. The other three peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were even more expressionless. They didn't even look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard those words. I think you've gone stupid from practicing the sword. You believe everything she says. Do you have a brain? Lin Xian coldly snorted. You still dare to talk back? You're courting death. The blue-haired swordsman's gaze was cold and like a sword, it quickly swept towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian punched out and shattered the sword. Then he coldly shouted, the one who wanted to betray us was the young leader. It was this vicious woman who begged me, so I saved her life. I didn't expect her to bite back. Even pigs and dogs know how to repay kindness, but she is worse than an animal. Lin Xian's voice was cold and contained a strong killing intent. You're courting death. Wang Ling was trembling with anger. He dared to insult her like this. Moreover, he did it in front of a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. Was he not afraid of death? The other three peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were also slightly moved. To be honest, it was the first time they had seen a youth like Lin Xian who was not afraid of death. As for the blue-haired swordsman, his expression was cold. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. In fact, in his eyes, Lin Xian was already dead because no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Anyone who had done such a thing had already died and ceased to exist. However, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to shout. What I said just now was the first thing. I wanted you to see the ugly face of this vicious woman. The second thing is to tell you that I found this place. Chapter 565. At the end of his words, the sound waves turned into rolling waves that swept through the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. The surrounding martial artists and guards were all lying on the ground, trembling. The three extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists all had cold expressions. The blue-haired swordsman was so angry that he started laughing. What did he just hear? A mid-stage spirit detecting realm kid actually told them to scram. No one would believe it if they heard it. One had to know that the gap between each stage of the spirit detecting realm was huge. An extreme martial artist could definitely kill a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist in one move without any accidents. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to insult extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists, and 4 of them at once. Does he really not want to live anymore? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. Good. Kid. You have guts. Don't think you're going to die for sure. You have to know that there's a state in this world that's worse than death. When I get the primordial yang stone, I'll let you enjoy the torture of this world. I'll let you know that there are some words that you can't say even when you're about to die. The other 3 extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists also had cold expressions. They looked at Lin Xian with killing intent. Their identities were special, and no one had ever dared to scold them like this. When Wang Ling saw this scene, she sneered in her heart. In her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian looked at these people, but his heart was burning with anger. He didn't want to cause trouble, but these people were so aggressive and didn't plan on letting him go. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed. He would let these people know who was the prey. Moreover, he definitely wouldn't let Wang Ling, this vicious woman, go. It was fine if she didn't want to repay his kindness, but she actually distorted the truth and tried to lure experts to kill him. This kind of person definitely couldn't be left alive. Lin Xian raised his head with a cold expression. Countless golden lightning danced on his body, intertwining to form a golden armor. Lin Xian's body glowed with golden lightning patterns as he activated the golden lightning body. "What, kid, you still dare to attack?" The blue-haired swordsman laughed, his eyes full of disdain. A little martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm actually dared to make a move against him. He really was tired of living. "Little kid, I know you have some strength and can kill late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivators. However, your strength is still too lacking compared to us. I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble," the prostitute said. However, the one-armed old man beside him sneered. "You're just an ant, yet you dare to compete with a giant dragon. You don't deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his leg, which formed a huge shadow of a leg and blasted forward. It had to be said that a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm was truly too powerful. Just a casual attack had the power to split the heavens and earth. This leg shadow was like a heavenly pillar, flowing with light. Wherever it passed, the earth would collapse. The ground trembled and cracks appeared. Countless grains of sand flowed downwards like yellow waves. It was a spectacular sight. Those guards who were originally lying on the ground were swept by the leg shadows and instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying leg shadow arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a low roar and suddenly punched out with his right fist. The golden fist shadow broke through the sky like a golden wheel, illuminating the sky and colliding with the terrifying leg shadow. Lin Xian had consumed many heavenly treasures, and his life force had reached the level of a supremacy. Moreover, he also had a powerful body refinement technique like the golden lightning body. Therefore, this punch could be said to be extremely violent. An earth-shattering sound resounded through the 9 heavens as a terrifying energy exploded. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, causing the expressions of Wang Ling, Grandma Silverflower, and the others to change. Even those martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm frowned. With their strength, they could naturally sense that Lin Xian's aura was still there. In fact, it hadn't weakened by much. When the dust cloud dissipated and Lin Xian's figure was revealed, the surrounding martial artists trembled slightly. This was because they saw that Lin Xian's body was shining with golden lightning. He was completely unharmed, as if he hadn't been injured. How is this possible? Wang Ling was stunned, her face pale. The one-armed old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. That kick just now was enough to kill several martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, that attack couldn't hurt a kid at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Even if the other party was hiding his strength, the result couldn't be like this. Could that kid also have the strength of a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm? The one-armed old man's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure. However, the kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as he seemed. With a cold snort, he stood to the side and didn't make a move. This kid's opponent should be the blue-haired swordsman. Before he figured out his opponent's strength, he wouldn't draw fire to himself. Seeing the one-armed old man stop, the other martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm were shocked. One had to know that experts like them could kill a group of spirit-detecting realm martial artists with a raise of their hand. There was only one reason why the one-armed old man didn't make a move: he wasn't confident. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with a serious expression. They didn't expect this seemingly weak youth to be a difficult opponent. Wang Ling's heart skipped a beat. This was completely different from what she had expected. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong that he could contend against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. If the blue-haired swordsman was here, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand one of Lin Xian's palms. Thinking of this, she looked at the blue-haired swordsman with a worried expression. The blue-haired swordsman's face was also gloomy. The kid in front of him was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, since he had said that he would kill the other party, how could he stop? Moreover, this was related to an extremely important resource like the primordial yang stone, so he wouldn't stop. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand one move. Interesting. However, if this is what gives you the right to be arrogant, then you can go die. The blue-haired swordsman pulled out the silver sword at his waist and slowly walked out. The next moment, the aura on his body changed greatly. An extremely sharp aura spread out from his body like a sword being unsheathed. At that moment, cracks appeared in the air between heaven and earth. It was as if a small mirror had been shattered. What a powerful sword chi! The martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm frowned with serious expressions. Among martial artists at the same level, swordsmen were extremely powerful because their attacks were extremely powerful. They could even surpass those at the same level. It was clear that the blue-haired swordsman was this kind of person. His body emitted a powerful sword chi as he slowly raised the silver sword in his hand. And, remember, there are some people you can't afford to provoke. As his voice fell, the silver sword light soared into the sky like a silver river and slashed toward Lin Xian. Swords aren't meant to be used like that. Chapter 566. Then, he also took a step forward and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The large dragon sword intent surged and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword, shining with a shocking light. This is sword intent. The extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were shocked and revealed looks of disbelief. Especially the blue-haired swordsman, his pupils shrank. Sword intent was an extremely offensive concept. Out of 10,000 swordsmen, there might not even be one that could comprehend sword intent. One had to know that even he had not comprehended sword intent. But this little brat had actually comprehended sword intent. Looking at that aura, it was definitely not weak. The blue-haired swordsman's face was gloomy and there was a ball of jealousy burning in his heart. Seeing the terrifying potential of the other party, his heart was filled with killing intent. If he could not kill this brat today, he would be in great trouble in the future. Therefore, he would not let Lin Xian leave alive. Then, the sword chi in the blue-haired swordsman's hand became even brighter and sharper. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had the same intention of killing his opponent. As such, he used a terrifying ultimate move right from the start. A pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. Sword of Nirvana. A cold aura of death spread out and instantly enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xian was like a death god from hell, filled with danger. The sword of Nirvana quickly waved and turned into a black sword light. It emitted a cold aura of death and slashed forward like the call of the death god. Boom, boom, boom. The sword of Nirvana stabbed out, and everywhere it passed, life was quickly lost. The air was like a tide that quickly retreated to the sides. In an instant, it collided with the silver sword chi. Pu-chi. Under the influence of the sword of Nirvana, the silver sword chi was quickly lost and finally dissipated. What, you can actually break my sword chi in one move? The blue-haired swordsman's heart beat wildly. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so strange. It was actually able to silently dissolve his killing move. Especially that pitch-black longsword, which made his heart palpitate. The other three extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were even more shocked. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but it seemed that they had underestimated the youth in front of them. Swords are not used like that. Swordsmen are not despicable people like you. I will let you know what a true sword art is, and what a swordsman is. Lin Xian floated in the sky, holding the Nirvana sword in his left hand, his entire body emitting an aura of death. Brat, how arrogant! The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily, his face darkening. As an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was in existence revered by tens of thousands of people. However, a little brat dared to ridicule him like this. I want to see what kind of ability you have. The blue-haired swordsman clenched his teeth and said. Although he did not comprehend sword intent, he had comprehended another kind of concept. Blue sea concept. Coupled with his ocean abyss swordsmanship, he could unleash an extremely powerful combat strength. He believed that as long as he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to kill this despicable little thief in front of him. In the next moment, the spirit energy around the blue-haired swordsman surged, and a blue ocean appeared behind him. It felt so real. An incomparably vast energy quickly spread out in all directions, causing the blue-haired swordsman's aura to soar once more. Ocean abyss swordsmanship. The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily. The silver long sword in his hand surged. Suddenly, countless blue sword rays appeared in the sky. Each ray was dozens of feet long and looked like sparkling blue crystals. There were terrifying sword auras revolving around them. The pitch-black Nirvana sword and the blood-red massacre sword quickly pierced through, destroying the blue-haired swordsman's life force. In an instant, the blue-haired swordsman's body trembled and fell to the ground. In an instant, the extremely powerful spirit-detecting realm swordsman fell on the spot. The surroundings were silent. The three spirit-detecting realm swordsmen were dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. Wang Ling's face was filled with fear. She almost fainted from fright. She did not think that the powerful blue-haired swordsman could not even block one of Lin Xian's moves. Dream, I must be dreaming. She crazily tore at her hair to wake herself up from the dream. However, the pain deeply reminded her that all of this was real. How could it be like this? It can't be like this. Wang Ling screamed. She originally wanted to borrow the blue-haired swordsman's hand to kill Lin Xian. That way, she might be able to obtain some primal yang stones. However, things went beyond her expectations. Lin Xian was extremely powerful and killed the powerful blue-haired swordsman in the blink of an eye. Without the blue-haired swordsman, she could not block one of Lin Xian's moves. She was now filled with regret. Why did she provoke Lin Xian? Wang Ling knelt on the ground and quickly crawled toward Lin Xian. At this moment, her previous arrogance and elegance were all gone. Chapter 567. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. Wang Ling begged. As long as you spare me, I will agree to anything. I can be your slave, your concubine, as long as you spare me. Wang Ling begged as if she had gone mad. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the red and black swords in his hands, he looked like the Azura god of death. Spare you? Impossible. A vicious and shameless woman like you is a scourge in this world. Lin Xian was determined. He would not spare Wang Ling. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, Wang Ling suddenly screamed, "If you kill me, the Wang clan will not let you off." When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the world. However, before she could finish yelling, a pitch-black sword pierced her chest and took away all her life. I will kill you because you deserve to die. If the Wang clan does not know right from wrong and comes for revenge, I do not mind making the Wang clan disappear. Lin Xian's voice was cold, causing one's soul to tremble. No one doubted Lin Xian's words, because he had already created miracle after miracle. Wang Lin's eyes were wide open as he fell unwillingly. In the distance, Grandma Silver Flower laughed bitterly and threw away the crutch in her hand. She knew that there was no chance of survival. A wrong decision was enough to take her life. As expected, Lin Xian flicked out a sword wave, killing her instantly. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but these people deserved to die. Then, he turned to look at the other three extreme spirit detecting stage martial artists. Instantly, the hearts of the three experts beat wildly. Lin Xian's gaze made the hearts of the three extreme spirit detecting stage martial artists beat wildly. Especially the one-armed old man, his heart trembled. Fortunately, he did not continue to attack, or else he would be the one lying on the ground now. Scram or die. Choose for yourselves. Lin Xian's voice was calm, but it could not hide his domineering aura. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. Lin Xian's strength had probably exceeded the extreme spirit detecting stage. This could be seen from how he killed the blue-haired swordsman in one move. However, the three of them were truly unwilling to leave just like that. After all, primordial yang stones were extremely precious. The three of us will join hands and capture this brat. When the time comes, we will divide the primordial yang stones equally. The gray-robed old man said in a deep voice. All right. The other two experts nodded in agreement. For now, this was the best solution. If the three ultimate contenders joined forces, their power would definitely be immense. The three of them believed that as long as they joined forces, they would definitely be able to take down Lin Xian. Having come to an agreement, the three of them made their move without any hesitation. 3 streaks of light shot towards Lin Xian like rainbows. Lin Xian stood in the air, his eyes cold as he looked at the 3 people who were charging towards him. Then, he held the Nirvana sword and quickly swung it in the air. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled, and the projection of a giant sword appeared, filling the entire sky. That aura was too tyrannical, as though it was going to crush the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were black runes attached to that gigantic sword, bringing with it a sense of nirvanic extermination. Gale Lightning Sword, one sword cleaving mountains and rivers. Lin Xian was very decisive as he directly used an earth-grade martial art. The Gale Lightning Sword was already very powerful, and now with the effect of the Nirvana Sword, it could be said to be even more powerful. The gigantic sword slashed down with a black sword aura, enveloping the 3 ultimate contenders of the spirit-detecting realm. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 people below changed as their bodies trembled. What martial art is this? It's so terrifying. Could it be an earth-grade martial art? The 3 of them trembled as they dodged, turning into 3 streaks of light as they quickly escaped. The gigantic sword fell, sinking the ground, and terrifying cracks appeared. Countless sword auras spread in all directions, turning the entire desert into a sword aura world. It was abnormally dangerous. With just one strike, he defeated the joint attack of the 3 spirit-detecting realm experts. The 3 of them were terrified. Lin Xian was too powerful, and he was very decisive. Without any hesitation, he used an earth-grade martial art, a powerful martial art. This brat is definitely a genius martial artist from a top sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Moreover, he has an earth-grade martial art. Looking at him, could he be a genius from the deity Sword Villa? The 3 of them were solemn and didn't dare to attack again. However, the three of them were unwilling to leave and could only wander in the distance. With a cold snort, Lin Xian sneered. He put away his sword and entered the cave, beginning to quickly collect high-grade primordial yang stones. He believed that the sword just now could definitely intimidate the three of them, and they definitely wouldn't dare to come rashly. Lin Xian moved quickly, specifically picking high-grade primordial yang stones. However, not long after, a terrifying pressure came from the distance again. This aura was very terrifying, as if the entire world was shaking. Supremacy. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect a supremacy to appear in this barren land. A supremacy was a true powerhouse. Their strength far exceeded that of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. A casual attack could destroy a spirit-detecting realm martial artist's body and soul. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he was still unable to fight against a supremacy. "Let's go!" Lin Xian shouted. If a supremacy came, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. At that time, not only would he not be able to protect his primordial yang stones, he might even lose his life. The dark red divine dragon was also very decisive. It didn't dare to expose itself in front of a supremacy now that it had lost its dragon essence. Moreover, the collection just now had also allowed it to obtain a lot of primordial yang stones. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey was scratching its ears and cheeks, unwilling to give up. It waved its little claws and quickly patted the small bowl. The small bowl suddenly spun quickly and then became bigger. In the end, it was the size of a house and quickly filled the entire cave. In an instant, the surrounding mountain rocks shattered and the entire cave collapsed, revealing the primordial yang stone vein. The three-peak spirit-detecting realm powerhouses outside also felt the supremacy's aura in the distance. Their first thought was to escape. Facing a supremacy, they couldn't resist even if they joined forces. However, before they could move, the cave in front of them suddenly exploded, revealing the primordial yang stone vein. What? A primordial yang stone vein. The three of them were shocked when they saw the scene inside. They knew that there was a large amount of primordial yang stones inside, but they didn't expect it to be a vein. This is absolutely too shocking. The three of them swallowed their saliva. The amount of primordial yang stones here was too shocking. It was definitely not something a powerhouse could swallow. Perhaps only a few super powerhouses could possess it. In the next moment, the scene in front of them made their eyes almost pop out. A huge broken net was floating, covering the primordial yang stone vein. Not only that, they saw Lin Xian use his sword qi and quickly slash towards the vein. Too crazy. These guys actually want to forcefully move the vein. Those powerhouses were stunned, they felt that their brains weren't enough. "Ah, little guy, good job." The dark red divine dragon shouted excitedly. It didn't even dare to think about forcefully moving the primordial yang stone vein. It didn't expect the snow-white little monkey to be so bold. However, a cold snort suddenly came from the distance. Chapter 568. Then, a huge crimson palm of light quickly formed above them, covering the sky and the sun. Just one palm wind was enough to send three-peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists flying. One could imagine the power of this light palm. Lin Xian was enveloped by the red light pillar. He felt as if his body was about to split open. This power was too strong. It was definitely not something a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could resist. He immediately unleashed his great dragon sword soul to resist the pressure. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to leave. The dark red dragon roared and turned into a red light, disappearing from the spot. The little white monkey was scratching its head anxiously. The next moment, two black vortexes appeared in its eyes, forming a black light pillar that blasted the primal yang stone vein. Suddenly, a small section of the vein was broken. Then, the shabby little bowl spun and sucked away the broken vein. "Let's go." Lin Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly called the little white monkey and left. "You're courting death." The voice in the distance was furious. He did not expect that the other party could destroy the primal yang stone vein under his attack and even succeed. With a cold snort, the surrounding spirit chi shook, forming a fiery red light wall that surrounded the area like a cage. The venerable in the distance was furious. He must catch the thief who destroyed the vein and refine his soul. He only needed a few breaths of time to arrive. But the next moment, he was stunned. Because in the north, a fiery red light wall was broken. The thief who stole the vein had escaped. How is this possible? The mysterious venerable was shocked. A spirit-detecting realm martial artist could escape from him. Who is it? How can he escape? The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended, and a majestic figure appeared in the sky. In the void, a red aura flowed like flames, bringing with it incomparable heat. The venerable had finally descended. The three-peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists felt bitter. They had used all their methods, but they could not escape completely. Now that the venerable's true body had appeared, it was even more impossible for them to escape. The fiery red figure in the sky casually glanced at them, causing them to tremble. A group of ants dares to encroach on the primordial yang stone mine. Then, the venerable one swept his gaze and formed a red claw that grabbed downward. In an instant, the one-armed old man was enveloped by the sharp claws. Ah! No! The one-armed old man struggled frantically, wanting to escape, but the red claw was too sharp. It pierced through his head in an instant. Suddenly, the one-armed old man's body trembled, and the light in his eyes faded away. He was stunned on the spot. A moment later, the red claw disappeared, and the one-armed old man bled from his 7 orifices, falling to the ground dead. Beside him, the other 2 cultivators were horrified. They were aware of the method just now. It was a soul-searching technique. This supremacy was too decisive. He didn't plan on interrogating him at all. Instead, he directly searched his soul. Most likely, their fates would not be any better. A young swordsman who comprehended sword essence. Could he be from the deity Sword Villa? In the sky, the mysterious Honorable Sir muttered. But why would someone from the deity Sword Villa come here? In the desert thousands of miles away from the primordial yang stone mine, Lin Xian stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, he pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength and displayed an incomparably powerful attack. Only then was he able to break through the red light wall and escape. Until now, he still had a lingering fear. Because if he was a step slower, when the Venerable One's true body arrived, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, the harvest of such an adventure was also great. This time, not only did he obtain a large amount of high-grade primordial yang stones, he even seized a small part of the primordial yang stone mine at the last moment. This kind of thing was definitely a great fortune in his hands. In a good mood, Lin Xian rested for a moment and hurried on his way again. This time, he wanted to completely walk out of this desert and reach the place where humans lived. Half a month later, Lin Xian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. Although the surroundings were still very desolate, it was much better than the desert. At least he could see traces of human activity here. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian should know that there was a city in front of him. Raising his spirit, he continued on his way. The dark red dragon god followed behind him with its tongue hanging out, looking listless. Living in the desert for half a month had almost tortured it to the point of insanity. A winding dirt road appeared in front of him. It was full of potholes and cracks. The dark red divine dragon walked on it and let out a cheerful scream. Mother Dragon, the feeling of the earth is so good. This emperor doesn't want to see the desert again in this life. Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. That setting sun desert was too strange. Not only was the climate abnormal, but there were dangers everywhere. There was one time when he encountered a huge quicksand storm and almost lost his life there. Further ahead, traces of humans gradually appeared. Lin Xian found that although this place was separated from the desert, it was still at the edge of the desert. Therefore, the architectural style and climate were very similar to the desert. Even the houses were built with sand and stone. The whole thing was rough and the windows were very small. It was very different from the palaces and pavilions that Lin Xian had seen before. Seeing that there was a roadside stall selling food, the dark red divine dragon roared and immediately rushed over. The surrounding people were all wearing loose robes that covered their whole body. They were very surprised to see a four-legged snake that could talk. Oh! Heavens, what did I see? A talking snake. Could this be the snake clan of the setting sun desert? Yes, it's very possible. The group of people chattered and stared at the dark red divine dragon. Although they were surprised, there was no fear in their expressions. It seemed that these people were used to seeing all kinds of demonic beasts. Lin Xian was surprised to see that the surrounding stall owners had a certain foundation in martial arts. Some of them were even quite strong. Lin Xian came to a stall and ordered some local specialties. The owner was a middle-aged woman. She smiled apologetically at Lin Xian and said, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. There have been a lot of martial artists coming and going recently. It may take some time for the food to be ready." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. He also found that there were many people of the pugilistic world with sabers and swords. These people looked hurried, and their auras were very heavy. At a glance, their auras were very different from the local residents. Not long after, the food was served. It was a cooked desert spirit rabbit. Lin Xian tasted it and found that the taste was not bad. Therefore, he ate it with relish. The dark red divine dragon also ordered a huge roasted demonic beast and ate it crazily. Not long after, the seats near Lin Xian were also filled with martial artists. Have you heard? A primordial yang stone vein appeared in the setting sun desert. Yes, I heard that even the venerables were dispatched. Yes, yes. My senior brother even went to watch. He heard that the venerables were fighting with earth-shaking momentum. Chapter 569. Many forces from the entire sand region went. It was very chaotic. Later, the Blackwood Stronghold's experts suppressed everyone, but I heard that the Battle King Hall also sent people. What? The Battle King Hall also came? Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian silently listened. Although he had never heard of any of these forces, he could imagine the intensity of the battle. Fortunately, he had left quickly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave so easily. Sigh, did you guys know? I heard that the mine is not complete. It seems like someone stole a piece. What if there is actually someone who can steal from a venerable? Could it be that it was done by someone from a large force? I don't know, but there are rumors that it was done by a young martial artist. I heard that person is very mysterious. No one knows where he came from. Young martial artist. So powerful. Could it be a genius from a large force who came out to train? Everyone discussed and guessed. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If these people knew that the mysterious expert they were talking about was sitting right beside them, he wondered what their expressions would be like. After enjoying the food, Lin Xian asked the lady boss about the nearby town and then continued on his way. However, not long after he left, 5 martial artists at a nearby table began to talk in low voices. "Boss, it's actually a talking snake. Could it be the Naga race? I don't know, but I'm sure that Red Snake's quality is not low." The one who spoke was a young man. On his left was a 2-meter-long demonic beast. Its body was yellow and looked like quicksand. Then, these people revealed sinister smiles. "If we catch it, we can definitely sell it for a good price. If we nurture it, it might have terrifying battle strength." The other party is only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but he actually has such a demonic beast. How lucky. Then, these people quickly left and followed Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he slowly walked while admiring the strange scenery. But in the next moment, he frowned. Relying on his soul power, he knew that there were several figures following him from behind. Furthermore, those figures were extremely arrogant and did not have the slightest intention of concealing themselves. All of them released their auras and were extremely powerful. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he sensed this. Then, his footsteps became even slower. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the people behind to catch up. The 5 of them formed a battle circle, surrounding Lin Xian. "Brat, you're pretty carefree." A dull voice rang out. "You're very lucky to have come across a big deal." Another voice with a hint of mockery sounded. Lin Xian scanned the room and took in the information of the few people sitting there. These 5 people were very young. 2 of them were women, and the other 3 were young men. Most of them were at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and 2 were at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. At this age, this level of cultivation could be considered abnormally strong. One of the youths, who was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, stood on the side with his arms crossed and watched the show. Beside him was a 2-meter-long demonic beast with a body as rough as a child's sand. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be the leader of this team. Lin Xian calmly asked, "Why are you all so enthusiastic? Is there a problem?" The dark red dragon impatiently roared, "Damn, a bunch of little brats dare to block this emperor's path. Hurry up and scram, or this emperor will roast you all and eat you." After the roar, the surrounding people not only didn't become angry, but instead looked at the dark red dragon with even more excitement. Not bad, it really knows how to talk. It seems like its intelligence isn't low. It must be a rare species. One of the skinny youths smiled and said, "Brat, you're very lucky to have met us. Now, we want to buy this little talking snake." "You're very lucky. Now, we want to buy this little talking snake." With that, the skinny youth threw down a mid-grade spirit stone. "Take the spirit stone and scram." Everyone sneered. Lin Xian frowned. These people were too arrogant. They wanted to force a deal as soon as they came up, and the price was only a mid-grade spirit stone. This was definitely blatant bullying. It would be better to just rob. When they saw Lin Xian's expression, they were instantly displeased and snorted coldly. "Brat, what's with that expression? I'm buying your demonic beast because I'm giving you face and thinking highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Hurry up and take the spirit stone and scram, or don't blame us for being merciless." "Yeah, brat, I advise you to be sensible. Giving you a spirit stone is already thinking highly of you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, we'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The group of people had mocking expressions. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Actually, it wasn't surprising. These people had powerful cultivation and were dressed in extraordinary clothes. They were probably disciples of aristocratic families. With the cultivation of these people, how could they care about a small martial artist at the spirit-detecting realm? The dark red dragon at the side was so angry that it jumped up. Damn, a bunch of lowly insects, how dare you buy this emperor's beast? Damn it, all of you deserve to die. The dark red dragon shouted angrily. As a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan, it had a revered status. If it wasn't for the disappearance of its dragon essence, it would have already slapped them with its claws. How could it tolerate these few houses? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy with a trace of coldness. So, I should thank you. No need. If you want to thank us, just kowtow a few times. The few of them laughed arrogantly. Is that so? But I don't have such a habit. If you can kowtow a few times, I can consider it. Lin Xian sneered. What? Brat, you're courting death. The few of them were furious and their expressions were ferocious. One of the burly young men took a step forward, and a terrifying fist with a glaring light blasted towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting stage. His body was sturdy and full of explosive muscles. One look and one could tell he was a body-refining stage martial artist. This fist directly caused the air to explode. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that mocking smile, the tall youth was instantly enraged. The strength of his body increased by 30%. This fist could definitely turn a mid-stage spirit-detecting stage martial artist into a bloody mist. The other martial artists sneered. They could already imagine the scene of Lin Xian being smashed by this fist. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He waited for the violent fist to approach before he stretched out his palm. Pang! Lin Xian's palm formed a claw and easily caught the violent fist. What? He blocked it just like that? That's impossible. The other martial artists were shocked. The tall, skinny youth was also stunned. Ali, did you use your full strength or not? The tall youth wasn't in the mood to answer his companion's question. At this moment, his face was ferocious and his body was covered in cold sweat. A sharp pain came from his right arm, as if it was about to break. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he found that he couldn't. Chapter 570. Crack. A crisp sound rang out in the air, and then the man's right arm became twisted. Ah! He roared. His expression was crazed as he swung his left fist. It was like a giant hammer that quickly fell down. However, a clear cracking sound rang out once again, and his left arm hung limply by his side. Lin Xian swung his arm and threw the tall youth away. What? Ali was defeated. Everyone was shocked and couldn't react. Ali was their companion. His cultivation was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was also a body refiner. In close combat, he could even fight with a peak spirit-detecting realm expert. However, he was defeated in close combat by a kid at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. They couldn't believe it. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Xian differently. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. Although the youth in front of them was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, his true battle strength should be higher than the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Otherwise, Ali wouldn't have been sent flying with a single punch. At this moment, the youth's expression also darkened. He said sternly, "Friend, we are disciples of the Blackwood family. Can you give us some face and sell this talking snake to us? Don't worry, the price will be reasonable." At this moment, Lin Xian's shocking battle strength made them cautious. The youth believed that as long as he mentioned his identity as a member of the Blackwood family, the other party would be obedient. The dark blast dragon sneered, black wood, yellow wood, clear wood. You dare to buy me? You're courting death. Little brat, go and kill them. Lin Xian shrugged. You heard it. This guy is my companion. Since he's unwilling, you should leave. Lin Xian had heard about the Blackwood family when he was eating. He knew that they were a very powerful force in the area. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to offend such a force. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Blackwood leopard's expression darkened. He was the young master of the Blackwood family. Normally, he could get whatever he wanted. No one dared to go against him. This time, the primordial yang stone vein had unexpectedly appeared in the setting sun desert, causing all the experts in the family to come out. He had secretly gone behind the family's back and brought a few cultivators with him to watch the fun. He didn't expect to meet a talking snake along the way. He wouldn't let go of such a rare beast. But now, there was someone who didn't give him face. Not only was this a rejection, but it was also a humiliation to the Blackwood family. In the Sand region, no one dared to disrespect the Blackwood family. Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you reject young Master Leopard? The Blackwood leopard sneered as well. Idiot, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men, kill him. Suddenly, the three martial artists around him grinned hideously. A powerful aura rose from their bodies. Their spiritual energy was like flames, surging and jumping, forming rays of light that filled the surroundings. Brat, you dare to offend young Master Leopard? Go to hell. Saber light, sword shadow, fist shadow, palm wind, all blasted towards Lin Xian with great momentum. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by all kinds of terrifying energy. But in the next moment, a sword light flashed and tore through everything. The terrifying energy was easily cut open like tofu. Lin Xian had a calm expression as he slowly walked out of the energy. This? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. If they worked together, they would be able to contend against a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. But the other side was just a mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat, yet he was able to cut through all their attacks with a single sword. This scene was too shocking. The Blackwood leopard's eyelids twitched. For the first time, he lost his calm. The youth in front of him was more troublesome than he had imagined. He took a deep look at Lin Xian. A hint of killing intent appeared in the Blackwood leopard's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Even so many people couldn't beat Lin Xian. Even if he went up, he might not be able to capture him. Moreover, as a young master, he wasn't willing to take this risk. It was better to remember the other side's appearance and secretly track him down. Then, he would find the family's experts to deal with him. This was his way of doing things. Thinking of this, the Blackwood leopard dryly laughed. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Since brother doesn't want to sell, then we won't force you. Brothers, follow me. The Blackwood leopard waved his hand, about to leave with his subordinates. However, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His soul force was outstanding, and his perception was very sharp. Just now, he had felt the killing intent from the Blackwood leopard. Although it was hidden well, it couldn't escape his eyes. The other side was a disciple of a great power, and they had a grudge against each other. If he let them go, they might attract powerful martial artists. Lin Xian wouldn't let such a threat go. Who allowed you to leave? Lin Xian's voice was cold. As his voice fell, the Blackwood leopard's group of 5 froze. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian like a vicious beast. You dare to stop me? The Blackwood leopard was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian sneered. You brought people to kill me. Now that you can't kill me, you want to leave. How can there be such an easy thing in this world? If everyone was like you, then what would I be? Since you've done something, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's killing intent soared. Price? What price? The Blackwood Leopard was insolent. Don't tell me you dare to attack me. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Blackwood family. Since that's the case, then I can't let you live. Sword chi floated around Lin Xian's body, condensing into a blood-red sword. You dare to attack me. You're courting death. The Blackwood Leopard roared, his body suddenly exploding. Behind him, the three martial artists also attacked crazily, not holding back at all. The demonic beast with a body like quicksand also quickly pounced, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He held the sword of slaughter and quickly slashed forward. A scarlet sword chi quickly streaked through the air, instantly wrapping around the Blackwood Leopard and the others. No, the Blackwood Leopard was enveloped by the blood-red sword chi, and immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In the next moment, their bodies were completely submerged in the blood-red sword chi. When the blood-red sword light disappeared, 5 corpses appeared on the ground. The Blackwood Leopard and the others fell to the ground with faces full of terror, their bodies covered with terrifying sword wounds. Lin Xian waved his hand, and his spirit power quickly rubbed, creating a ball of green flame that emitted a scorching aura. With a flick of his finger, the flame quickly floated to the 5 bodies, instantly burning them to ashes. After doing this, Lin Xian quickly left. 3 days later, he arrived in front of a huge city. Quicksand City was a huge city in the Sand Country. It was tall and majestic, with a magnificent aura. The entire wall was made of huge sandstone. When the wind blew, it would make a rustling sound, as if sand was flowing. This was also why this city was called Quicksand City. Chapter 571. After entering Quicksand City, it became lively inside. People shuttled back and forth on the wide roads, and all kinds of hawking filled the streets. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian's mood gradually relaxed and became cheerful. During this time, he had been fighting and chasing, and his mental state was highly tense. Now that he had come to Quicksand City, he naturally needed to relax. At this moment, Lin Xian also bought a large white robe to cover his body like the locals. The snow-white little monkey was still sitting on his shoulder, and the dark red dragon was hidden in his sleeve. This guy was too eye-catching, especially after he spoke. He would definitely attract the attention of people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he hid the dark red dragon. At first, the dark red dragon was unwilling, but later Lin Xian tempted it with primordial yang stones, so it agreed. Lin Xian bought some local snacks and shared them with the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey. He bought some geography and history books for himself. Soon, he found out about the world he was in. The country he was in was called the Sand Country, a big country in the northwest of the Tianwu domain. The Tianwu domain was too big, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the Tianwu continent. Its area was several times that of the Tiannan domain. It was vast, rich in resources, and prosperous in martial arts. Compared to the Tiannan domain, it was many times stronger. It could be said to be a warrior's paradise. The Divine Bird Palace was also the overlord of the Northwest, but it was not in the Sand domain. Therefore, Lin Xian was temporarily free from the threat of the Divine Bird Palace. Quicksand City was an important city in the Sand Country, and it was very famous in the entire Sand domain. This city was very large, and the forces inside were very complicated. Lin Xian knew that the Wang family and the Blackwood family were both in Quicksand City. After having a general understanding of the place he was in, Lin Xian planned to stay in Quicksand City for the time being. On one hand, he could relax, and on the other hand, he could consolidate his cultivation and deal with some cultivation resources. Since he joined the Azure Dragon Society, he had not had a good rest, and after such a long time of accumulation, the materials he had on him had reached an astonishing number. Although some things were very precious, he could not use them, so it was best to exchange them for auction. Moreover, there was another reason why he had come to the Sky Marshal region. It was because of his father. Back then, in the ancestral land of his family, his father had left a message for him, telling him to go to the Sky Marshal domain after obtaining the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian was very confused about these things. First, there was the mysterious small sword in his body, which was given to him by his father. That small glazed sword was too mysterious. Not only did it contain a strange world, but it also contained a peerless expert like Wine Lord. Lin Xian didn't know why his father would have the mysterious pendant. And why did his father fake his death? Why would there be a trace of the Great Dragon Sword Soul in the ancestral land? Why did his father want him to come to the Sky Marshal region? Although Lin Xian was very puzzled, no one could give him an answer. He thought that after he found his father, perhaps all the mysteries would be solved. After sorting out his emotions, Lin Xian walked towards the depths of Quicksand City. In the city, he saw many huge circular buildings with people coming and going. It was very lively. Lin Xian asked around and found out that those huge circular buildings were arenas. They were places where martial artists fought. Moreover, Lin Xian also found out that martial arts duels were very popular in the Sand region. Many cities had arenas, and as a huge city in the Sand region, Quicksand City had countless arenas. Moreover, there were many famous arenas here. Many martial artists from the Sand region came here because of their fame. Here, one could see all kinds of martial artists. Lin Xian was surprised and happy. He wandered around nearby, preparing to ask more questions. Nearby, the martial artists were all excitedly discussing. Exciting, too exciting. That youth is only at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, but he defeated dozens of martial artists at the peak of the light detecting realm. His battle strength is too strong. Yes, I don't know which faction's genius he is from. To have such heaven-defying battle strength at such a cultivation is truly amazing. I know the person you're talking about. He's called Dekai. Although he's strong, I don't think he can compare to Sun Qiao. You have to know that that guy has comprehended the two opposite concepts of water and fire. The power produced by the fusion of the two concepts is incomparably terrifying. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm was defeated. Yes, recently many talented martial artists have appeared in Quicksand City. If these people can continue to grow, they will probably become venerables, right? Yes, and I've seen many unfamiliar faces. Their strength is not inferior to the genius disciples of large factions. Did something special happen recently? Why did all these martial artists gather? I heard that these geniuses are not all from the Sand region. There are also some from other places. As for why they came to Quicksand City, I don't know. It seems to be related to the White Clarity region. It said that the Murong family's holy daughter once appeared in a certain arena. Those martial artists are probably here for the Murong family's holy daughter. What? The Murong family's holy daughter is also here. That's one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial continent. No wonder so many martial artists came to Quicksand City. Everyone screamed crazily, their expressions excited. If they could see the Murong family's holy daughter, even if they died, it would be worth it. The Sky Martial continent was extremely vast, and the population was in the hundreds of millions. To be able to be called one of the most beautiful women in the world, one could imagine how beautiful the Murong family's holy daughter was. No wonder so many people went crazy for her. Lin Xian was a little surprised. A woman could actually cause such a commotion. This made him very curious. To be honest, he had seen many beautiful women. Among them, there were even peerless beauties. He wondered what was so special about this Murong family's holy daughter compared to the other women he had seen. Thinking of this, he actually had a kind of anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see the legendary Murong family's holy daughter. Since he was in Quicksand City, he might be able to see her. Lin Xian revealed a smile. "Brat, what are you laughing at? With your cultivation, you still want to see the Murong family's holy daughter." Not far away, a big man pointed at Lin Xian and mocked him. The others also laughed. The middle stage of the spirit detecting realm was indeed not outstanding. It had to be known that many spirit detecting realm experts might not even be able to see the Murong family's holy daughter, let alone a middle stage spirit detecting realm brat. "Hey, brat, look at you. Why don't you hurry up and go home to drink milk?" The big man sneered. The big man's name was Quan Tai. He was famous in Quicksand City for his cheap mouth. Many people had been ridiculed by him. However, he was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Ordinary people could not defeat him. Chapter 572. At this moment, Quan Tai had just lost a match in the arena and was feeling depressed. Seeing that Lin Xian was weak, he began to mock him. Mocking the weak could make him happy. This was his unique way of reducing stress. "Brat, what are you looking at? Am I wrong? You coward." Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know the other party, but the other party was like a mad dog, mocking him as soon as he came up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't help it in this situation. With a cold gaze, Lin Xian strode over. "Yo, brat, you dare to come up? What, you want to fight?" Quan Tai sneered. Come. I'll let you have 3 moves." Quicksand City was popular with martial arts, so the people here were quite fierce. It was very common for people to start fighting when they didn't agree with each other. Therefore, seeing this situation, not only was the crowd not nervous, they all cheered loudly. "Brat, I'll stand still and let you hit me with 3 moves. If you can knock me down, I'll apologize to you on the spot." Quan Tai said arrogantly. He had a reason to be arrogant. He was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. A mid-stage cultivator couldn't even break his defense, let alone knock him down. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He impatiently rubbed his ears and then slapped out. Pang! The air trembled and exploded. Lin Xian's slap landed on Quan Tai's face and sent him flying. This slap was too fast. It was as fast as lightning and as violent as thunder. Quan Tai didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying and smashed into the ground like a meteor. Half of his face was swollen like a bun and all of his teeth were broken. A terrifying hole was formed in the hard ground. Quan Tai struggled a few times before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Ah, it's finally quiet." Lin Xian rubbed his ears and turned to leave. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Only when Lin Xian was about to leave did they react and make way for him. The crowd scattered like the tide. These people looked at Lin Xian with a trace of awe and fear. To be able to knock Quan Tai unconscious in one move, this young man was definitely not an ordinary person. It has to be said that Quan Tai was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. There was a difference of 1 realm between the two. Their defense, power, and speed were completely different. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator wouldn't be able to injure a late-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator. This was the difference between realms. However, Lin Xian was able to break through Quan Tai's defense with a single slap and knock him unconscious. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Moreover, at this time of crisis, masters from all over the world were converging towards Quicksand City. Perhaps this boy in front of him was a genius martial artist from one of these forces. If that was really the case, they couldn't afford to offend him, so they all retreated. However, there was a beautiful figure in the crowd who was staring at Lin Xian, her eyes shining with excitement. Then, the figure quickly ran out and shouted, "Brother, please wait." This voice was somewhat feminine, making it hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lin Xian turned around and saw a delicate face not far away. He asked, "Beauty, what's the matter?" The moment he said this, the crowd burst into laughter. Many people even bent over from laughing. Moreover, Fang's delicate face instantly turned red, and a trace of anger appeared in her eyes. The delicate face viciously said, "I'm a man." This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be stunned. He carefully blinked and seriously looked at the delicate face. Then he revealed a look of doubt. No matter how he looked at it, it was an extremely beautiful face that could make countless men go crazy. How could such a person be a man? Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, the figure in front of him was discouraged. "Big brother, I'm really a man. If you don't believe me, you can touch me." Ah! Lin Xian was speechless. He noticed the other party's flat chest and Adam's apple. Only then did he confirm that the other party was indeed a man. "All right, I believe you're a man. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian said helplessly. Brother's skills are not bad. What's your rank in the Colosseum?" "My rank?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I just came to Quicksand City and haven't participated in any Colosseum." "What? Really?" The figure was stunned, then became ecstatic. "My name is Nan Gongsang." "What's your name?" "Lin Xian." "So it's Brother Lin. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested in participating in the Colosseum." Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, Nan Gongsang said, "I'm a disciple of the Nangong Colosseum. I would like to invite Brother Lin to work in our Nangong Colosseum." Soon, Lin Xian understood Nan Gongsang's meaning. There were many ways to play in the Colosseum. One of them was a challenge tournament where the dealer would send out people. The contestants would take turns to challenge, and the winner would receive some precious treasures. This way of playing was very popular. However, it required the dealer to have a large number of experts. Otherwise, if someone challenged the Colosseum, not only would they lose their treasures, but their reputation would also fall. Therefore, the Colosseum would look for experts or martial artists with potential to nurture. Although Lin Xian was interested in the Colosseum, he wasn't willing to join any faction. "Sorry, I don't want to join for the time being." Lin Xian shook his head. Seeing Lin Xian refuse, Nan Gongsang's face was filled with shock. One had to know that their Nangong Colosseum was a giant in Quicksand City. It was one of the top Colosseum. Normally, many genius martial artists couldn't enter even if they wanted to. However, the other party had actually refused. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. They didn't think that Lin Xian would have the courage to refuse the Nangong Colosseum's invitation. Lin Xian didn't know the status of the Nangong Colosseum, but even if he knew, he wouldn't participate. He wouldn't stay here for long. Isn't this brat too arrogant? He's only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Although he can defeat late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, it's still a bit difficult for him to join the Nangong Colosseum. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he not grasp it? What do you know? Although this Nan Gongsang isn't strong, his eyes are very experienced. Every martial artist he has his eyes on has become famous. Who knows how many experts he has found for the Nangong Coliseum over the years. For that youth to catch his eye, he probably isn't simple. Hearing this, everyone was filled with envy. Being able to enter the Nangong Coliseum was not only a symbol of status, but it also allowed one to enjoy a large amount of resources. It was definitely a place that all martial artists yearned for. However, after the other party found out, he was still unmoved. Nan Gongseng was also very depressed. As a scout of the Nangong Coliseum, he had never been wrong. From the scene just now, he realized that Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such a person was definitely a rare martial genius. If he could be attracted to the Nangong family and nurtured, it wouldn't take long for him to become a super powerful force. Moreover, there had been more and more geniuses recently, and their Nangong family needed new blood. Chapter 573. Nan Gongseng had never failed before, so he wouldn't fall into the hands of a young boy. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and he quickly chased after Lin Ming. "Brother, don't go." He caught up to Lin Xian again and said with a smile, "Brother, perhaps you don't understand our Nangong Coliseum, but our Coliseum is one of the top Coliseum in Quicksand City. We have a huge amount of resources. If you join us, you definitely won't lose out." Nan Gongseng chattered on and began to explain the various benefits of the Nangong Coliseum to Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. "Brother Nan Gongseng, I'm really just an ordinary warrior. I was able to win just now because my opponent was too stupid. So don't chase after me. If you ask me to join, it will definitely be your Nangong Coliseum's loss. My strength is ordinary, so I'll only be wasting your resources." Lin Xian shook his head. No matter what, he wouldn't agree. Seeing this, Nan Gongseng knew that there was no chance this time. However, he didn't give up. If the first time wasn't enough, he would try a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, he would try a third time. He believed that his sincerity would sooner or later move Lin Xian. "If that's the case, then I won't force Brother Lin. However, I'm very happy to have met a friend like Brother Lin. I wonder where Brother Lin lives now." "Fortune Inn," Lin Xian said. Of course, he didn't live there. He only saw the name when he passed by the street. "Good. I'll invite Brother Lin to have some fun another day." Nan Gongseng turned and left. After bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He once again wandered around Quicksand City. However, not long after, he was intercepted again. A young man stood in front of him. He was tall and straight, and his clothes were exquisitely tailored. It was obvious that he was a disciple of a large family. Moreover, this young man had a very arrogant expression. He didn't place anyone in his eyes. "You are Lin Xian." This voice carried a trace of cold arrogance. "You are?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, a trace of vigilance appearing in his eyes. "You're very lucky to have caught our attention. Come with me." The young man's expression was arrogant, and his tone was unquestionable. "Where are we going? Who are you meeting?" "You don't have to ask. You'll know when you get there," the young man said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I won't go with you." Lin Xian shook his head. The other party's attitude disgusted him. "You have to think clearly. In Quicksand City, no one can refuse us. It didn't happen before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. No matter who you are, I'm not interested." Lin Xian refused. "It's good for young people to have some pride, but don't be too conceited. You have to know that being chosen by us is a blessing in itself. I hope you don't make a mistake." Lin Xian shook his head and refused decisively. There's no point in saying more. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Very good. No one has ever been able to reject us. Don't regret it when the time comes. The young man's expression was cold, and there was a trace of coldness in his tone. Then, he coldly snorted and quickly left. After the arrogant youth left, Lin Xian's face sank. Judging from the other party's tone and attitude, he should also be invited by some coliseum. Moreover, it should be the top coliseum. Receiving invitations from 2 top coliseums in succession, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been extremely excited. However, Lin Xian didn't feel any joy. It seemed that he had to be careful in Quicksand City. Otherwise, he might accidentally get involved in the storm of conflict. In the center of Quicksand City, there was a huge castle. This castle was different from the other buildings. It was completely black and made of black wood. In this city full of desert rocks, the sudden appearance of a magnificent building made of wood was indeed eye-catching. This majestic building was the famous Blackwood Stronghold, a great power in Quicksand City. At this moment, in a large hall of the Blackwood Stronghold, the previously arrogant youth was reporting to an old man. In addition to the old man, there were 7 or 8 other martial artists. At this moment, when everyone heard the young man's report, their faces sank. What? He's not coming. A middle-aged man coldly snorted. He's just a little spirit detecting martial artist. Does he really think he's a dish? He actually dares to refuse. No one could refuse the Blackwood Stronghold's request, unless they were dead. The arrogant youth said in a deep voice, not only did that kid refuse, his attitude is very arrogant. He completely doesn't put the Blackwood Stronghold in his eyes. I suggest we eliminate him as a warning to others. Hearing this, the other martial artists also nodded in agreement. I'll go kill him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You can't. At this moment, the elder in the hall suddenly said in a deep voice. Before figuring out the opponent's identity, they shouldn't act rashly. Are we just going to let it go like this? The people below were unconvinced. They had always been the ones to refuse others, and had never been refused or refused by others. Now that they encountered this kind of thing, they naturally wouldn't let it go. There's an unwritten rule between the great powers. Generally, the matters of the younger generation are settled by the younger generation. This rule has existed for thousands of years. Even if someone wants to break it, it shouldn't be us. Therefore, we can't act, but you can. After saying this, the elder looked at the young man below. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up, and then he said with a smile, Elder, please don't worry. I know what to do. The older generation couldn't act, but that didn't mean they couldn't. The opponent's battle strength was equivalent to the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and wasn't too strong. With this kind of strength, any random expert from the Blackwood Stronghold could instantly kill the opponent. Elder, there's one more thing. The middle-aged man beside him said, Bao has been out for several days and hasn't returned. I'm worried something happened. Worried about what? Who dares to touch the people of our Blackwood Stronghold? The elder snorted coldly. Don't worry, that kid probably ran out for fun. Besides, he has many guards by his side, and with his identity, no one dares to touch him. He's very safe. All right, you can all leave. The elder said in a deep voice. Immediately, everyone left. The young man sneered, because he had already thought of how to deal with Lin Xian. What do you plan to do? The middle-aged man asked after leaving the hall. Of course I'll give him to the one who can cause the most trouble. The corner of the young man's mouth raised into an evil smile. That's good. Even if that kid really has a great background, I think nothing will happen to that person. With her brother here, I'm afraid no one dares to touch her." The middle-aged man nodded. Sandstorm Restaurant, 3rd floor. Lin Xian asked for a private room and ordered some food. Then, he released the dark red dragon. "This emperor is suffocating." The dark red dragon was depressed. "I won't hide even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death." "Up to you." Lin Xian shrugged. "As long as you're not afraid of being caught for alchemy, I don't care. You win. At worst, this emperor won't say anything." Then, the man and the two beasts began to sweep through the food on the table. At this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open with a bang. A martial artist wearing a black robe appeared at the door. Chapter 574. You're Lin Xian? The black figure at the door asked. Lin Xian frowned and raised his head to look. He was really in a bad mood today. He had been stopped by people one after another. Even their meal was interrupted by someone. The figure in front of him was wearing a loose black robe. He had short hair and beautiful facial features, but there was a hint of anger on his face. Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never seen this person before, so he did not know why he was angry. Seeing that Lin Xian did not answer, the figure in front became even angrier. "I heard from my cousin that you're arrogant, but I didn't believe him. Now it seems that he's right. You're really an arrogant guy." Lin Xian was stunned. Arrogant? Did he say it was him? He was obviously dead. The other party continued, "How dare you reject our invitation? I'd like to see what makes you so arrogant." After that, the person took out a dark red whip from his waist and coiled it around his hand. "Although I don't know where you're from, I'm sure your clan won't say anything even if I beat you to death. Take out your weapon. Hurry up and attack." Lin Xian frowned. From what he heard, it seemed that the older generation could not casually attack, but the younger generation had no scruples. If that was the case, then he was not afraid at all. He had never been afraid of anyone in his generation. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon roared impatiently, "I say, kid, when did you get into trouble again? Hurry up and settle it so you don't disturb my meal." The snow-white little monkey sat at the side, squinting his big eyes as if he was watching a show. Lin Xian curled his lips. "What trouble? You're obviously a guy. I don't have any special hobbies." Hearing this, the figure in front of him was speechless. His body trembled slightly, and he screamed, "Damn bastard, I want to fight you." Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark red whip moved quickly, splitting the air in an instant. The table in front of Lin Xian was smashed into pieces and scattered all over the floor. Seeing the table of food destroyed, the dark red dragon was furious. "Kid, what's with your eyes? She's obviously a girl, okay?" The snow-white little monkey squinted his big eyes and nodded in agreement. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. "Is that so? The people here look too strange. Men look like women, women look like men. I can't tell." Hearing this, the girl in front of him was so angry that she trembled. "Are you blind?" The commotion here had already attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people poked their heads out to watch. The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar as they discussed in low voices. "Isn't that the Black Pearl? Why is this troublemaker here?" "I don't know, but who is that young man in the private room? I'm afraid he's out of luck. Yeah, he provoked the Black Pearl. I'm afraid no one in the entire Quicksand City can protect him. Alas, there's nothing to be done. She's the young lady of the Blackwood Fort, and she has an incomparably powerful brother. Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Xian had a rough idea. The guy in front of him was actually a disciple of the Blackwood Fort. It seemed that it was the Blackwood Fort that wanted to poach him. Lin Xian didn't expect that not long after, he would run into people of the Blackwood Fort again. Previously, he killed a disciple of the Blackwood Fort on the road. Perhaps those people still didn't know, or else they wouldn't be in this situation. Girls always fight and kill. Be careful that you can't get married. Lin Xian said with a smile. I won't haggle over today's matter. You should leave quickly. Leave. In your dreams. Today I must have a duel with you. I must tie you up, this incomparably arrogant guy, and hang you on the city wall of Quicksand City for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll let everyone know your ugly face. Lin Xian was helpless. Who was the incomparably arrogant one? Who was the arrogant one? It seemed that the girl in front of him was really spoiled. Are you sure you want to duel with me? Lin Xian asked with a faint smile. Scared? I will definitely beat the crap out of you, you despicable bastard. Black Pearl said fiercely. You're not afraid of losing? Lin Xian asked. Lose? How can I lose? Except for my big brother, no one can beat me. The Black Pearl proudly puffed out her chest, like a victorious little phoenix. Hearing this, the corners of the surrounding warriors' mouths twitched. They certainly knew the reason why this Black Pearl didn't lose. It was because no one dared to really fight with her. Most of them just let her win. However, this little girl was remote and didn't know. She thought that she was invincible in Quicksand City, causing trouble everywhere she went. Since you insist, then I'll do as you wish. Lin Xian shrugged, looking indifferent. Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, the Black Pearl coldly snorted. She turned around and shouted, Boss, I'll borrow your martial battle stage. Martial arts duels were prevalent in Quicksand City, so there were special martial battle stages in some hotels. Moreover, this Winds End restaurant used the martial battle stage to attract diners. Many people enjoyed the food while watching the competition on the stage. It could be said that they enjoyed it very much. At this time, the competition on the martial battle stage was quickly ended, and the 2 contestants were chased off the stage. The surrounding warriors didn't know what was going on, and they all roared. However, when the 2 figures on the stage, they were stunned. Fellow Taoists, today I, the Black Pearl, will borrow the martial battle stage to teach this hateful brat a lesson. The Black Pearl said, her voice spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd boiled up. It was actually the little princess of Blackwood Stronghold who wanted to fight. This was definitely more exciting than watching other warriors fight. However, they didn't know who that young man was. He was actually so unlucky to be targeted by this unruly little princess. Humph, hateful bastard, soon I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian grinned, but what's the point of just fighting like this? What are you going to add? Martial battle wasn't just a battle between warriors. They would all place bets before the competition. The winner would gain both fame and fortune. This was the most attractive part. The Black Pearl lightly snorted, Humph, you know quite a lot. How about this, I have a high-grade spirit rank treasure sword here. Chapter 575. The dark red dragon was furious after being thrown to the front. It stared fiercely at Lin Xian and almost roared, but it restrained itself in the end. Otherwise, a talking snake would cause a commotion and he wouldn't be able to escape. Don't worry, I won't lose you, Lin Xian transmitted. The dark red dragon reluctantly walked to the side. Unexpectedly, the Black Pearl looked at the dark red dragon and shook her head. I don't want this little snake, I want that little monkey. Then, she stared at the little white monkey with a face full of joy. It was obvious that she liked the little white monkey and wanted to keep it for herself. The dark red dragon clenched its teeth so hard that it almost broke them. It almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When had it, a member of the divine dragon race, ever been looked down upon like this? Stinky brat, little girl, I'll remember you too. Don't fall into my hands, or I'll roast you. The dark red dragon cursed in its heart. Lin Xian grabbed the dark red dragon and said with a smile, "Okay, I promise you." Then, he looked at the dark red dragon with disdain and complained, "So useless, no one wants you. You should obediently hide in my sleeve." The dark red dragon couldn't bear it anymore. It turned into a ray of light and quickly left. If it stayed here any longer, it would probably go crazy from anger. "You've lost for sure. The little white monkey will be mine." The black pearl snorted. Then, her body swayed like a ghost. The dark red soft whip in her hand was ruthless. It was like a flood dragon surging in the air. This attack was fierce to the extreme. The black pearl was already at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and with her extraordinary whip attack, even a cultivator at the same level might not be her match, let alone a mid-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator. Therefore, the people below didn't think that Lin Xian would win. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised by the black pearl's strength. It seemed that although she was arrogant, she wasn't weak. However, he wasn't afraid. This bit of strength couldn't do anything to him. With a faint smile, Lin Xian pushed off the ground and rushed out like a phantom. For a moment, the entire battle arena was filled with his silhouette. Wow, this kid's movement technique is so cool. I didn't expect a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist to have such speed. It is indeed rare. Hearing everyone's praises, Black Pearl's face turned cold. She let out a delicate shout, and the dark red whip in her hand danced, forming a spiral attack. Streaks of light from the whip rapidly spread out in all directions with him at the center. For a moment, all the phantoms that came into contact with it were split in half. Soon, all the phantoms on the fighting ring disappeared. Looking at the disappearing phantoms, Black Pearl snorted and raised her chin proudly. She thought that it wouldn't be long before all those illusions disappeared. At that time, she would teach that little thief a lesson. However, before this beautiful wish could come true, her body suddenly froze. "Don't move, or you'll lose your life." A cold voice sounded behind him. Black Pearl did not dare to act rashly, because there was a cold sword aura at the back of her head. Soon, the sky full of whip lights disappeared. When everyone saw this, they were even more shocked. To be honest, they didn't see Lin Xian's figure at all, and they didn't know how Lin Xian came behind Black Pearl. "I didn't expect the little princess of Blackwood Stronghold to lose in one move. Who is that youth? What terrifying strength!" Everyone was speechless. In the crowd, an extremely beautiful figure looked at the fighting ring and nodded continuously. "He really is a hidden expert. I knew my eyes wouldn't be wrong." This beautiful figure was naturally Nan Gongseng. He was staring at Lin Xian, thinking of a way to poach Lin Xian to his Nan Gongseng family. "You lost. The upper grade treasure sword is mine." Lin Xian withdrew his hand and smiled again. Black Pearl's face turned black, and she was annoyed. "That doesn't count. You sneak attacked me. Let's go again." "Again?" "Sure, take out your prize." Lin Xian put away the upper grade treasure sword and smiled. The crowd below also cheered. "That's right, little princess. Continue to fight with him. You must defeat him. Take out 100 upper grade treasures and fight for a few hundred rounds." Black Pearl looked annoyed and fiercely swept her eyes around. Then, her face turned red. I was in a hurry today and didn't have time to bring so many upper-grade treasures. Forget it then. I won't fight with you if there's no prize. Lin Xian shrugged, looking like he couldn't help. You. Black Pearl was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll owe you the prize first. Our Blackwood clan will never owe you anything. Since you want to give me treasures, I won't stop you. Lin Xian smiled with a trace of craftiness in his eyes. Soon, the two continued to fight, but each time it was finished in one move. After 3 times, Black Pearl's face fell and she didn't dare to fight anymore. Although she was a disciple of a big clan, losing 3 upper-grade spirit-level treasures in one go was still very painful. What, do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Black Pearl was so angry that her face was slightly puffed up. She glared fiercely at Lin Xian. This guy in front of her was too hateful. She was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. It's okay. If the treasures are gone, we can bet on something else. Seeing that you're so capable, it's not bad to be a little maid. Or you can repay me with your body. Lin Xian said casually. Hearing this, Black Pearl's face turned red and a trace of panic appeared on her face. The crowd below was even more rowdy as they shouted, bet with him, bet with him. You just wait, I won't let you go. Black Pearl screamed and ran away like a frightened rabbit. Remember, you still owe me 3 upper-grade treasures. Lin Xian shouted. Hearing this, the escaping figure trembled and almost fell down. She then ran away at an even faster speed. Okay, the show is over. Disperse. Lin Xian quickly left the stage. Brother Lin, please wait. A beautiful figure walked out from the crowd. Oh, so it's Brother Nan Gongsheng. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. If you're here to persuade me, then don't say anything. Brother Lin is a true man. Don't worry, I'm not here to persuade you. I'm here to invite you to drink. Nan Gongsheng laughed and pulled Lin Xian to the side. Brother Lin, I must toast you. Nan Gongsheng raised his wine cup and smiled. Brother Lin is too bold. Did you know that in Quicksand City, no one dares to provoke Black Pearl? Not to mention winning 4 matches in a row. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian grabbed his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. As far as I know, Blackwood Stronghold is not the only big family in Quicksand City. Indeed, Blackwood Stronghold is very powerful, but they can't cover the sky with one hand. For example, our Nan Gongsheng family is not weaker than them at all. Chapter 576. What's the reason? Lin Xian was puzzled. Because she has a good brother. Nan Gongsheng said, her brother, He Muya, is one of the top young experts in the entire Xia region. His strength is unfathomable, and he's known as one of the strongest people below Venerables. Her brother, He Muya, was known as one of the top young warriors in the Xia region. The Xia region was very large, almost as large as the Tiannan region. Moreover, the level of martial arts here far exceeded that of the Tiannan region. One could imagine the strength of the top young warriors. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the Black Pearl's brother to be such a hero. However, he wasn't too worried. With the great dragon sword spirit, he believed that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Seeing Lin Xian's calm face, Nan Gongsheng praised. Brother Lin, you're really bold. It's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. I only fought a few matches with the Black Pearl. I don't think her brother will bother me because of this. So, I have nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian smiled, then raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Right, it's not convenient to stay in an inn recently. Are there any good courtyards? I want to buy one. I know a few famous ones. What kind of one does Brother Lin want? The others don't matter, as long as it's quiet. That's easy, just leave it to me. However, Brother Lin, the houses in Quicksand City aren't cheap. It can even be said that every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Actually, you don't need to do this. If you join our Nan Gongseng family, I guarantee that you'll immediately get an exquisite courtyard. Lin Xian smiled. Judging from Nan Gongseng's tone, it seemed that he wasn't going to completely give up on poaching him. Forget it, I still have the money. Lin Xian took out the spiritual high-grade artifact he just won. This sword should be enough for me to buy a good courtyard. Seeing this, Nan Gongxing sucked in a breath of cold air. You can, but are you really willing to sell this high-grade spiritual-grade artifact? There's nothing to be reluctant about, Lin Xian said. Besides, this belongs to the Darkwood clan. It's hot to hold it in my hands. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. That way, we can move to another courtyard. Brother Lin is so bold. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Nan Gongseng took the artifact. In a corner not far away, the Black Pearl was hiding at the side. When she saw this scene, she was so angry that her teeth itched. That damned bastard actually sold a high-grade spirit-level artifact. How infuriating. What's even more detestable is that the gigolo actually dared to accept it. He's really too detestable. No, I can't take this lying down. I must take revenge. Black Pearl could not help but snort coldly, then quickly retreated. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng took big gulps of wine and left the Winzen restaurant after a long time. Just as the two of them stepped out of the door, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the side and quickly slashed towards them. This attack was too sudden and as fast as lightning. It was impossible to guard against it. Lin Xian's soul power had already sensed the danger. With a tap of his foot, his body moved horizontally and easily dodged the attack. However, Nan Gongseng was not so lucky. Seeing that the black shadow was about to land on his head, Nan Gongseng let out a low roar and used all his strength to protect his body. Pang! A low sound rang out, causing the air to tremble. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise and all went around. Nan Gongseng was even more miserable. The defense in front of him had already cracked. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Not only that, but he also felt the blood in his body churning. He felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, Lin Xian came out in time and supported him. Nan Gongseng quickly used a cultivation method to forcibly suppress the boiling blood. Then, he looked around fiercely. Which blind fool dares to hit me? You don't want to live anymore. That's right, I'm hitting you. A delicate voice rang out, and Black Pearl's figure appeared in front of everyone. You two despicable bastards. How dare you buy and sell my high-grade artifact? Despicable. Especially a she-male like you. How dare you accept it? I'll beat you to death. Black Pearl stared at Nan Gongseng with an unfriendly expression. Nan Gongseng, who was originally very aggressive, became less angry when he saw Black Pearl. However, when he heard the words she-male, he jumped up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're the she-male. Your whole family are she-males. I'm a real man. Nan Gongseng roared. You dare to scold me? Black Pearl was also anxious. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Now, there were people who dared to go against her one after another. So what if I'm scolding you? You're the one who hit me first. Nan Gongseng was also anxious. No matter what, he was still a member of the Nan Gongseng family. Moreover, he was also a famous martial scout. If news of this were to spread, it would be a joke, even if the other party was Black Pearl. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue, Lin Xian sighed. He turned to Black Pearl and said, "Why? Are you here to return the 3 high-grade artifacts to me?" After saying that, Lin Xian waved the IOU in his hand. Hearing that, Black Pearl's face fell. Then, she glared at Lin Xian fiercely. "You're ruthless. Just you wait." Black Pearl gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. "Forget it. Ignore her." Lin Xian pulled Nan Gongseng and continued on their way. However, Black Pearl was like a small dog following behind them. They couldn't get rid of her. In the end, the two of them chose to ignore her. Nan Gongseng regained his composure and said to Lin Xian. There was a manor up ahead that was extremely quiet. It should suit Brother Lin's taste. Hearing Nan Gongseng's introduction, Lin Xian was curious. He planned to take a look and buy it if it was good enough. After all, it was Black Pearl's high-grade artifacts. He didn't feel any heartache. However, at this moment, they passed by a huge arena. Lin Xian suddenly stopped. "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" Nan Gongseng asked. Then, he followed Lin Xian's gaze. "This is the Wang family's arena. It's average, but not as good as our Nan Gongseng said. He didn't forget to show off his family. How's the business here?" Lin Xian asked. "It's okay. After all, the Wang family is a mid-tier force in Quicksand City. Then how about the will challenge here?" Nan Gongseng was startled. He then said, "Most of the Wang family's martial artists are at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. There are also a few at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. As for the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, there are at most 2. Usually, only 1 comes here. After all, most of the people who come here are ordinary martial artists. The peak of the spirit-detecting realm can do this. Those geniuses won't come here. They will go to the top arenas." "I see. When is this place the most crowded?" Lin Xian asked. Chapter 577. Lin Xian smiled and said, "My hands are suddenly itching. Let's come here tonight and play." Nan Gongseng was a bit surprised. He didn't know why Lin Xian would suddenly be interested in the Wang family's arena. What he didn't know was that in the setting sun desert, Lin Xian had almost been framed by a girl from the Wang family. When he thought of that vicious woman, Lin Xian was still a bit angry. Now that he had encountered the Wang family's arena, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Let's go and take a look at that mansion first. We'll come here tonight to play a few rounds." "Okay." Nan Gongseng smiled. The Wang family's arena wasn't too bad. It had a peak spirit detecting expert overseeing it. They should be able to test Lin Xian's strength tonight. Looking at the sandstone courtyard, Lin Xian smiled. "How is it, Brother Lin? Are you satisfied?" Nan Gongseng asked. "Very good. It's spacious and quiet. It's a good place to live in a busy city. Brother Nan Gongseng is very considerate. Of course I have to be considerate. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worthy of the price of a high-grade treasure. Wouldn't that make me seem useless?" The two joked. Behind them, Black Pearl coldly snorted and gnashed her teeth. "I've already found your nest. Just wait for your bad luck." Nan Gongseng shrugged. In any case, he didn't live here, so he wasn't afraid. Lin Xian directly ignored her. With his strength, as long as it wasn't someone from the older generation, he wouldn't be in any danger. They went in to rest. Soon, evening arrived. Quicksand City was even more lively at night. The entire city was brightly lit. It was several times livelier than during the day. The various arenas, restaurants, and brothels were even more lively. It was as if the entire city had come alive. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng walked toward the Wang family's arena. Black Pearl was still following behind them. She wanted to figure out Lin Xian's strength before finding someone to make a move on. Tonight was the best opportunity. At this moment, the Wang family's arena was bustling with noise and excitement. In order not to attract attention, Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl wore large robes to cover their faces. Originally, the two of them did not agree. With their status, there was no need for them to do this. Moreover, if they revealed their identity and entered, they would definitely be able to obtain the highest level of service. However, Lin Xian refused. He didn't come here to enjoy himself. When Lin Xian said that he was here to cause trouble, the two of them were stunned for a moment before they were pleasantly surprised. The Black Pearl seemed to have forgotten its previous hatred as it danced with joy. Nan Gongxing was a little worried. One had to know that the Wang clan had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Although Lin Xian was strong, in his opinion, compared to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was still a bit lacking. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't mess around. In the end, Nan Gongseng and his companion agreed to Lin Xian's conditions and put on loose robes. They arrived at the Wang clan's arena. It was extremely huge inside, and there was not only one martial stage. Dozens of arenas formed an arc for the spectators to admire. Not only was each arena wide and sturdy, but it also had a special defensive array formation. It ensured that the spectators wouldn't be injured while still being able to watch. From this, it could be seen that the martial arts industry in Quicksand City had developed to a very perfect state. Before participating in the martial arts competition, Lin Xian understood the rules of the martial arts competition. There were two most common types. One was a one-on-one challenge. The other was a tag team battle, which meant that the challenger could continuously challenge until they lost. They would receive a corresponding reward based on the number of matches they won. This reward was much more generous than a one-on-one match. However, it was also much more difficult. This was because the opponent could be anyone in a tag team battle. Moreover, the Zhuang clan had a large number of elite experts prepared to snipe the contestants at any time. Therefore, the number of matches that the contestants could win wasn't many. There weren't many who could win 10 matches in a row. After Lin Xian finished registering, he returned to his seat and waited. At this moment, there were martial artists fighting fiercely on the martial stages in front of him. The crowd below was crazily shouting. Lin Xian discovered that the lowest cultivation level of the contestants was at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Most of them were at the late stage. After all, martial arts flourished here, and the heavenly south region couldn't compare to it. Bang! On one of the martial stages, the air violently shook, and a figure flew out. His opponent, on the other hand, was standing proudly in the center. Xiahe! Xiahe! Countless people shouted loudly. Lin Xian also looked up and saw that the winner was standing with his hands behind his back and a slender soft sword hanging from his waist. A fierce aura spread out from his body. Xiahe is too strong. He sent an opponent of the same cultivation level flying with a light sweep. Yes, although he is only at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, his battle prowess is already at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He is already a powerful existence among the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. I'm afraid that even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist might not be able to win. Everyone was shocked and envious. Xia he shouted, "It's still a one-on-one match, and the prize remains the same. Who else wants to come up? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. Normally, one-on-one matches wouldn't be carried out consecutively, but he wanted to fight consecutively. It was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength. Otherwise, no one would dare to take this risk. I'll go. A loud voice rang out. It was like a bell that spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker martial artists were shaken to the point that their ears trembled, and the blood in their bodies surged. Who is this? It's so powerful. The next moment, a bronze-skinned man walked onto the stage. Every step he took caused the entire stage to tremble. Isn't this Rockhand Jincheng? This guy is at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He must have been too arrogant just now. This Jincheng couldn't stand it and came up. Thinking of this, everyone was excited and looked carefully. One of them was a swordsman whose battle prowess was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, while the other was a true peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. It would definitely be an intense battle. Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. Jincheng sneered. His skin glowed and quickly transformed into a rock-like defense. In an instant, Jincheng's entire body turned into rock. He was like a stone man. This Jincheng was just as the rumors said. He could turn his body into rock to greatly increase his defense and strength. He was too powerful. With this method, he was already invincible. How could anyone fight him? Everyone was shocked. They shook their heads and exclaimed. Fierce rock heaven opening hand. Jincheng shouted in a low voice. Like a stone man, he quickly rushed forward. He waved his hand and it quickly grew. Layers of strange patterns appeared on his rock arm. An incomparably violent force surged out of his arm and tore the void apart. The air split apart and turned into rolling waves. The terrifying force shattered everything in front of it. It was like a giant mountain was moving quickly. Chapter 578. He waved his arm and stabbed out with his sword. The sword curved like a ribbon, making it hard for people to see its trajectory. The sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake swinging its tail, quickly hitting the stone-like arm. Whoosh! The soft sword touched his arm, as if a ribbon was gently brushing past. Such weak strength. It has no effect on me at all. Jincheng sneered. With your strength, you're pitifully weak. I can blow you up with a single punch. However, just as he finished speaking, his body began to tremble. Then, a heart-wrenching pain came from his arm, causing his face to contort. Ah! Jincheng clutched his arm in pain. Like an injured beast, he charged around wildly. On the other side, he put away his flexible sword and sneered. What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar. They couldn't understand. Why did the powerful Jincheng suddenly become so crazy? It looks like he's seriously injured. What did he do? Was it that sword just now? But it didn't have any power. His sword had injured Jincheng's arm, causing a commotion. They couldn't see through the mysteries of that sword. In the arena, he sneered with his hands behind his back. His face was full of arrogance. How could these stupid martial artists understand his move? Damn it! What method did that guy use to injure his opponent? Black Pearl was puzzled. It's internal energy. He must have mastered a very strange method of exerting force. He used internal energy to penetrate his opponent's defense and injure his arm, Lin Xian said in a low voice. If you don't know in advance, it's easy to be injured. Hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Black Pearl and Nan Gongseng finally understood. This guy just appeared recently. He must be a martial artist from another place. It looks like his potential isn't bad. I wonder how strong he really is. Nan Gongseng said while rubbing his chin. It looked like he was thinking of poaching people for his family again. His true strength should be at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, his method of exerting force is too strange. He can injure his opponent unexpectedly. If you can predict his defense, it'll be easy to defeat him, Lin Xian said with a smile. You speak as if it's true. If you have the ability, go and defeat him. Black Pearl snorted. Lin Xian shrugged and said nothing. His goal was the Wheel of Attrition challenge, so he wouldn't consider anything else. Moreover, he already knew about the opponent's strange attacks. If they really fought, he would put in more defense and not let the opponent succeed. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the corridor on the second floor like a ghost. This was an old man with a black robe and white hair. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and at that moment, he smiled. To be able to challenge someone of a higher rank, his strength is not bad. When the competition is over, invite him over and see if he's willing to join our Wong clan. Yes. The surrounding guards replied respectfully. At this moment, on the central martial platform, the muscular man, Jin Cheng, was holding his arm with a ferocious expression. His heart was burning with rage. Originally, he wanted to destroy the other party's prestige, but he didn't expect that he would be hit by the other party's move. They had just exchanged blows, and one of his arms was almost crippled. This made him extremely angry. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Jin Cheng roared. You? An idiot who only knows how to use brute force. I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and admit defeat, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xia, he sneered. Brat, you're courting death. Jin Cheng roared. He temporarily suppressed the injury to his right arm and quickly waved his left palm, blasting it forward. This time, he had learned his lesson. He didn't choose to fight in close range, but from a distance. He didn't dare to continue fighting. He had already suffered heavy internal injuries. If he didn't recuperate, his body would be crippled. Humph. Useless trash. Who else? Xia, he snorted coldly. Everyone was shocked. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm like Jin Cheng had lost. No one else dared to go up. Moreover, they didn't understand Xia He's attack at all. It would be futile even if they went up. Seeing that no one wanted to fight, Xia He was disappointed. Then, he sneered and walked down the stage. After Xia He walked down the stage, an old man in a red robe appeared on the stage. The old man said loudly, "Everyone, you're in for a treat. The next martial artist has chosen to challenge you in turns." Chapter 579. After the red-robed elder finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared to the side. Oh, someone actually chose to take turns fighting. I wonder who it is this time. I can't wait any longer. This time, I have to bet correctly. Everyone was excited and excited. The odds of this kind of fighting were much higher than other competitions. If they could win, they could even become rich overnight. At this moment, a sweet-looking servant girl wearing revealing clothes slowly walked in front of Lin Xian and respectfully said, "Young Master Lin, please go on stage." Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Then he took out a storage ring and threw it to Nan Gongseng. "Bet on me, 10 wins in a row." 10 wins in a row. The servant girl was stunned. Shock appeared on her face. She had worked in the Wong family's arena for many years and rarely saw someone achieve 10 wins in a row. The youth in front of her was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, yet he dared to boast like this. If he wasn't an expert, then he was an idiot. But looking at him, he didn't look like an expert. The beautiful girl recovered her composure and revealed a look of disdain. In her eyes, the youth in front of her was clearly boasting. The Black Pearl also snorted, 10 wins in a row. You. Dream on. No one believed that Lin Xian could achieve 10 wins in a row. It had to be known that very few people could achieve 10 wins in a row. Because 10 battles would exhaust a cultivator's stamina. Moreover, as the competition progressed, the bookmaker could clearly figure out the cultivator's patterns and habits. They would definitely choose different cultivators to restrain. Therefore, unless one was an extremely powerful cultivator, it would be very difficult for a normal person to achieve 10 wins in a row. However, Nan Gongseng still planned to follow Lin Xian's words. He held the storage ring in his hand and reached out with his soul perception. He was shocked. There were 10 boxes of mid-grade spirit stones inside, which probably amounted to around 300,000. This was not a small number. Moreover, he could take out so many spirit stones in one go with such a casual look. It was obvious that Lin Xian didn't care about these spirit stones at all. Where did this guy come from? Nan Gongseng was very curious. He was certain that Lin Xian definitely came from a large force, but he was still unclear as to which force it was. Little Pearl, I advise you to bet on Lin Xian. Why? Only he can win 10 times in a row. Black Pearl coldly snorted. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, I've already warned you. You should know that he's here to cause trouble. Do you think he'll compensate the Wang clan with spirit stones for nothing? How many spirit stones does he plan to bet? Black Pearl asked. Take a look for yourself. Nan Gongxing tossed the storage ring over. Black Pearl took it and quickly sensed it. Then, her small mouth opened in shock. How many bad things has this despicable bastard done? How could he have so many spirit stones? Black Pearl's eyes were filled with stars. Alright, the competition is about to start. Let's hurry up and place our bets. After that, the two of them quickly placed their bets and rushed back to watch the competition. They had all bet on Lin Xian. Among them, Lin Xian had bet 300,000 medium spiritual stones, Nan Gongseng 30,000, and Black Pearl 50,000. When they returned to their seats, Black Pearl looked at Nan Gongseng and said viciously while grinding her small canine teeth. I've bet all my pocket money on the two of you. If the two of you dare to cheat me, don't blame me for being rude. Nan Gongseng's mouth twitched. To be honest, he had no confidence in Lin Xian. Of course, he didn't dare to be 100% sure. In the end, he could only change the topic. Stop talking. The competition is about to start. Black Pearl snorted softly and looked at the arena. Everyone, please be quiet. Let's invite the contestant of the Wheel Challenge, Lin Xian, to the arena. The old man in red robe said loudly. Lin Xian. I've never heard of him. He should be a newcomer. I wonder what kind of person he is. It's best if he's a powerhouse. Let's start quickly. I can't wait. Everyone was excited and looked forward to it. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the martial stage. It was a youth around 17 or 18 years old. He had a smile on his face and a calm expression. This is the challenger. Everyone was excited and looked at the youth. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. Many people even exclaimed. What is going on? It's actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, this is too childish. A martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm wants to participate in the Wheel Challenge. I'm afraid he'll lose in the first round. Many people sneered. They didn't think highly of the youth on the stage. "Humph, so it's him. Kid, let me see what kind of ability you have." At this moment, there was an arrogant youth sitting in the VIP seats. He was the disciple of the Blackwood stronghold, Blackwood Mountain, who came to invite Lin Xian a few days ago. At this moment, he looked at the martial stage and sneered. The reason why his family had taken a fancy to Lin Xian was because of his potential. If his family were to nurture him, he would definitely be able to nurture him into an outstanding fighter in a few years. But right now, a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm was too weak. "Humph, what an arrogant kid. You dare to challenge him in a will challenge. You're courting death." Although the Wang family's battle arena is only a medium battle arena, not just anyone can behave atrociously here. Blackwood Mountain sneered. He was prepared to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian's defeat. At this moment, Lin Xian stood on the stage and looked around, taking in everyone's reaction. Facing everyone's doubtful and puzzled gazes, he didn't do anything extreme. Instead, he smiled and said in a clear voice, "My goal today is 10 consecutive victories. I hope everyone can give me some guidance." "What? 10 consecutive victories? Him? Is this kid crazy? Could it be that some idiot wants to come here to play to the gallery? I don't know. I think his registration fee of 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones is going to be wasted." Even the red-robed judge sneered and rolled his eyes. Blackwood Mountain laughed even more foolishly. In his opinion, this kid might not even be able to win one match, yet he dared to say that he wanted to win 10 matches. It seemed that this kid not only didn't know how to appreciate favors, but he was also a big idiot. Luckily, he didn't take him in, or he would be a disaster for his family. Blackwood Mountain rejoiced in his heart. Not only him, but the entire battle arena was about to explode. Mocking and disdainful voices could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the red-robed elder's voice sounded again. "I believe everyone already knows the rules of the wheel challenge. Whoever defeats the challenger will win half of his reward. Don't miss this opportunity. I hope everyone doesn't miss it." Defeating the challenger and winning half of the reward was a method used by the banker to stimulate the other martial artists. Soon, a martial artist jumped onto the stage. Chapter 580. This was a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. He held 2 blades in his hands and had a cold smile on his face. "Begin," the red-robed elder said. The young martial artist laughed and waved the blades in his hands, forming a bright blade aura that swept out in a circle. This attack was powerful enough to split mountains and rivers. It was swift and fierce to the extreme. However, the blade aura was only halfway there when it suddenly shattered. Then, the dual-blade martial artist's body trembled and he was suddenly sent flying. "What? This is impossible." The dual-blade martial artist landed on the ground, his body constantly twitching. Countless golden arcs of lightning danced on his body, releasing a terrifying power of thunder and lightning that made his body tremble rapidly. Everyone below was stunned, as if they were stone statues. The entire arena was terrifyingly silent. After a long time, everyone regained their senses. They looked ahead and sucked in a cold breath. Most of them didn't even see Lin Xian's movements. Who is this kid? He's so powerful. He actually sent a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist flying with one move. This is a challenge above his level. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this youth was far more powerful than they had imagined. Even the red-robed judge was shocked. He looked at Lin Xian a few more times and said, "The challenger has won." The challenge continues. Once this voice was heard, many people cried out. Because in the first round, they had all bet on Lin Xian losing, but they didn't expect this result. Damn it, my spirit stones. No, this time I have to see clearly before I place my bet. Many people regretted and became cautious. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain looked at Lin Xian on the stage with an extremely ugly expression. The challenge continues. The red-robed judge said in a deep voice. The crowd below was in an uproar. Soon, another martial artist walked onto the stage. Kid, I'll fight you. It was a young man. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he had a trace of cold arrogance. This person was also a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist, but his aura was even more powerful than the previous martial artist. Iron Chain River Blockade. The young man waved his hand and a spirit spear condensed in his hand. It carried an endless amount of violence as it swept over. The spear radiance was like a great river, flowing endlessly, instantly tearing the void apart. Lin Xian's figure swayed like duckweed, shuttling through the countless spear auras. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm and waved it continuously. Above the palm wind, golden electric arcs danced, forming a huge palm of lightning. It was 10 feet tall and spread out in all directions. Thunder and lightning exploded, instantly going out of control as lightning danced wildly. This golden lightning palm was too violent. It shattered all the spear lights in the sky with a single palm. Then, it blasted towards the other party in an even more violent manner. The young man dodged with extreme speed, retreating explosively. That huge lightning palm blossomed with a dazzling light. Lightning crackled on it, and golden snakes danced wildly. In the end, the young man was struck by the golden lightning palm and was sent flying, landing on the arena. He had defeated his opponent with one move again. Everyone cried out in alarm, unable to believe this. The martial artists who went up this time were much stronger than the previous ones, but they still couldn't escape the fate of being defeated in one move. On the other hand, Lin Xian's palm strike seemed very calm, as if he hadn't used much strength at all. Who is this guy? What terrifying strength! Heavens, could he be a genius martial artist from outside the realm? It's possible. Next time, we must bet on him to win. Although Lin Xian didn't display an overwhelming berserk aura, he had defeated his opponent cleanly in one move, which shocked everyone. The red-robed referee took a deep breath and loudly said, "The challenger has won." The challenge continues. The middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. To be able to defeat a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist in one move, his strength must be very close to the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Interesting. Let me have a go at you. A young man in white clothes walked out. This young man's eyes were sharp, and he was as fast as lightning. He left behind an afterimage as he quickly arrived on the arena. It's Lu Yun. He actually made a move. Lu Yun is at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength is comparable to someone at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He is indeed a terrifying opponent. Yes, especially his blood demon 8 blades. When he uses them, he completely disregards his life. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to take them head-on. It seems like this youth called Lin Xian is going to be unlucky. It's possible. With Lu Yun making a move, he should be able to snipe that youth. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant. He actually defeated his opponent in one move in the first 2 matches. I'm afraid many people won't be able to bear it. Quickly place your bets. The odds are very high this time. Everyone discussed. With Lu Yun making a move, they didn't have high hopes for Lin Xian. Brat, you're very arrogant. Lu Yun sneered. I'll tell you that this isn't a place where you can act wildly. Then he took out his blood-colored blade and quickly slashed down. This Lu Yun was very decisive and didn't have any intention of being sloppy. The blood-colored blade energy surged and swept out in all directions. It was like a blood-colored waterfall dancing in the air. Blood Demon 8 blades. In an instant, 8 large rays of light shot out and blood mist filled the air. The entire space was dyed blood red. The blade energy was like a waterfall as it crisscrossed in the air. The 8 large blade energy tore through the void and condensed together to form a curtain of blood light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's the Blood Demon 8 blades. Lu Yun used his ultimate technique as soon as he came up. I'm afraid that brat is finished. Yeah, I think Lu Yun also wants to defeat his opponent in one move and humiliate him. The crowd below exclaimed. The Blood Demon 8 blades was too stunning. The 8 bloody lights were like blood-colored dragons that tore through the sky. Lin Xian stood in place and didn't have any intention of dodging. He raised his right hand and the golden lightning on his arm jumped and quickly intertwined to form a 10-foot-long golden electric saw. Then, it crashed down. Lin Xian had already comprehended the concept of thunder. During this period of time, as he comprehended it, it became even more profound. Therefore, this move could be said to be extremely violent and fierce. It completely displayed the power of thunder and lightning. The golden electric saw fell and everything in front of it was ruthlessly sliced apart. The 8-blade energy shattered with a loud bang. Lu Yun's face turned pale. He felt an unprecedented pressure. All the bones in his body creaked as if they would break apart at any time. In the next moment, his body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His body emitted a burnt smell as he flew out. Lu Yun was defeated in one move. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe what had just happened. This is impossible. Lu Yun was actually defeated and sent flying in one move. One had to know that Lu Yun was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. At this moment, he was defeated by Lin Xian in one move. Didn't this mean that Lin Xian's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm? If this was true, then it was too terrifying. Lin Xian was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. This was crossing two small realms. Chapter 581. Genius, an absolute genius. Damn, I'm sure this brat is definitely a martial arts genius. I just don't know which force he is from. Damn, I was wrong again. This brat is too strange. Below, Black Pearl was filled with joy. She had bet 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones on Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian had won 3 rounds in a row, her spirit stones had tripled, reaching 150,000. This kind of speed could be considered a windfall. Even Black Pearl's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Nan Gongsang straightened his body and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes shined brightly. He knew that this was just the beginning. Lin Xian's strength should be far greater than this. Of course, not everyone was cheering for Lin Xian. At this moment, Xia He was sitting there with a gloomy expression. Hearing everyone compare him to Lin Xian, Xia He's expression became more and more ferocious. He had come here to become famous. Previously, he had defeated a peak spirit-detecting cultivator with his late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivation and won everyone's admiration and respect. He enjoyed this feeling a lot, but this feeling didn't last for long. Now a youth with a lower cultivation level than him had defeated a cultivator at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His fame had surpassed his, and he couldn't accept it. Self-righteous brat. He only defeated a peak spirit-detecting cultivator. He's not a true peak spirit detecting cultivator. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. You dare to compare me to this brat? What a bunch of idiots. Xia He's expression was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Lin Xian's strength was only a so-so and couldn't be compared to his. However, not long after, he was stunned. His handsome face became ferocious and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This was because Lin Xian had just defeated another martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Xia He's expression suddenly became very ugly. Before, he had said that Lin Xian had only defeated a peak spirit-detecting cultivator and couldn't compete with a true peak spirit-detecting cultivator. Now, Lin Xian had defeated a true peak spirit-detecting cultivator. This was a slap to his face. Not only Xia He, but everyone else was also stunned. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The members of the Wang family were also stunned. The other party had easily obtained 4 consecutive victories. He was simply too powerful. Previously, they didn't think Lin Xian could win. After all, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator was too ordinary. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man was actually a martial arts genius who could challenge someone of a higher level than him. Moreover, it was a gap of 2 levels. Pass down the order. If this brat obtains 5 consecutive victories, then begin to snipe him. The black-robed elder on the 2nd floor ordered. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators agreed respectfully and began to arrange the following matters. The challenger won, and the competition continued. The red-robed elder's voice was somewhat cold. He had already received orders from above. As long as the young man in front of him won another round, they would begin their operation. Xia He's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Xian. After some thought, he decided not to attack for the time being. He knew the rules of the Colosseum, so the Wang clan should be even more anxious than him. He was waiting for an opportunity to make his move. At that time, he would let everyone know who the true martial arts genius was. The result of 4 consecutive victories shocked most of the cultivators. However, there were many experts in the Colosseum, so not everyone was afraid of Lin Xian. Soon, another person walked out and prepared to challenge. This youth's appearance was ordinary, and he was slightly chubby. However, his aura was more condensed and sharp. A powerful aura that belonged to someone at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm filled the surroundings. The moment this youth stepped onto the stage, he floated in the air. His robes fluttered as the spirit energy around him twisted and quickly intertwined to form powerful spirit beasts. These spirit beasts roared ferociously with shocking momentum. It was as if they were real. Su Chao, a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He specializes in using spirit energy to form spirit beasts and combine them into a formation to attack. It can be said that his attack power is both strong and strange. Spirit beasts formed from spirit chi, and combined with the formation, they can display power several times greater than their own. This Su Chao is definitely a terrifying opponent. The people below discussed and began to place their bets. Most of them had seen Su Chao's power and naturally knew how strong he was. Therefore, they all believed that Su Chao would win this match. The void trembled as all kinds of powerful spirit beasts filled it. They quickly moved and stood in different positions, forming a strange formation. In an instant, the space around Lin Xian seemed to solidify. A dangerous aura spread out. At this moment, the distant Su Chao revealed a cold smile. Then, his fingers formed a seal and moved quickly. The spirit beasts began to move according to his control, and the entire formation was quickly activated. What an idiot. He actually didn't do anything and let me easily form the formation. Su Chao sneered. In the past, he was most worried about the time before he formed the formation because his opponent would do everything possible to stop him from forming the formation. However, the youth in front of him didn't do anything. He just stood there quietly and watched the formation form. Su Chao was ecstatic. As long as he formed the formation, he would be able to form a powerful force that would be several times stronger than his own. With the Spirit Beast formation, he had defeated many powerful opponents. This time, he believed that his formation would be able to work again. The youth in front of him wouldn't be able to withstand one of his attacks. "Brat, your good luck ends here. Lose for me." Su Chao sneered. Then, he put his palms together and activated the formation with all his strength. "Good luck." Lin Xian sneered with disdain. Up until now, the other party still thought that he had gotten to where he was by luck. What a joke. Looking at the powerful spirit beasts pouncing at him, Lin Xian didn't do anything. Instead, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. In the next moment, a low roar came from his body. The roar was desolate and dull. It seemed to have come from the distant wilderness. It carried endless pressure. It resounded in all directions. In an instant, the powerful spirit beasts around Lin Xian stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then, their bodies trembled rapidly and exploded. They turned into bits of spirit chi and dissipated in the air. What? That's impossible. In the distance, Su Chao was shocked. His face was full of horror. The spirit beasts that he had formed with his spirit chi were abnormally powerful. They were even more powerful than real demonic beasts. However, the other party only let out a roar and all the spirit beasts that he had formed were killed. What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. The martial artists below were even more shocked. That scene was too shocking. One had to know that those powerful spirit beasts were powerful and could crush an area. However, they couldn't even withstand a roar. No one would believe it. Chapter 582. This young man was too mysterious. He probably hadn't used his full strength yet. Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile. If the other party attacked, he might have to dodge or defend. However, the other party used spiritual energy to condense spiritual beasts, which was useless against him. Although those spiritual beasts were formed from spiritual energy, they were still limited by their species. The dragon sword soul in his body was the leader of all spiritual beasts. Just its aura alone was enough to kill them. He didn't even need to make a move. Therefore, just now, he only released a trace of the dragon sword soul's aura and all the spiritual beasts around him were destroyed. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian looked at Su Chao and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Su Chao's body trembled and his heart beat wildly. How was he going to fight? His most powerful attack was shattered by the other party's roar. The two of them weren't on the same level. Thinking of the other party's terrifying attack, Su Chao felt bitter. He didn't have any chance of winning. Thinking of this, Su Chao smiled. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You're very strong. I admit defeat. Facing such a strong opponent, he didn't need to fight a hopeless battle. He might as well form a good relationship with the other party. Moreover, losing to such a martial artist wasn't a loss of face. Su Chao had a premonition that the young man in front of him was going to create a miracle. Thanks for letting me win. Lin Xian smiled. Then, there was a deafening roar from below the stage. So far, Lin Xian had won 5 matches in a row. Every victory was quick and easy. These people weren't fools. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was. As martial artists, they worshipped strength. Lin Xian's strength had already conquered them. Therefore, at this moment, the entire arena was filled with a sea of cheers. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Everyone shouted crazily, raising their arms and cheering. Their voices were like waves, each higher than the last, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's 5 consecutive victories brought the atmosphere of the arena to a climax. On the seats, Black Pearl was so happy that she danced with joy. Her little face was full of excitement. I didn't expect this bastard to be so powerful. But it's not bad. I've made a lot of money this time. Nan Gongxing exclaimed, Brother Lin is indeed Brother Lin. He is indeed powerful. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed the majority of peak spirit detecting martial artists. It was definitely a powerful combat strength. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that Lin Xian seemed to be only 18 years old. He was so young and had such heaven-defying talent. If he was properly nurtured, he would definitely become a top young genius within a few years. This kind of genius was the target that countless major forces wanted to rope in. However, at this moment, the Wang family was unable to feel happy because this matter happened in their battle arena. If the opponent continued his winning streak, then the one who would become famous would be Lin Xian himself, and the one who would suffer would be the Wang family's dojo. Not only would they have to offer large amounts of resources as rewards, but they would also become Lin Xian's stepping stone to fame. At that time, the reputation of the Wang family's dojo would plummet, so the Wang family would not allow such a thing to happen. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator with 5 consecutive victories. He is indeed a martial arts genius, but it ends here. On the 2nd floor, the black-robed elder's face was cold. Pass down the order. Start sniping. We cannot let him win again. Soon, a seductive woman passed through the guest area below. This woman was very beautiful and wore revealing clothes. She carried endless temptation as she walked. Her snake-like waist kept twisting, and she soon arrived in front of Xia He. Young Master Xia, my master invites you, the seductive woman said. Hearing this, Xia He smiled. It seemed that the Wang family could no longer sit still. He stood up and slowly said, lead the way. Soon, Xia He arrived at a VIP room. Young Master Xia, please sit. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled. No, let's get straight to the point, Xia He said. Straightforward. The middle-aged man laughed. In the future, young Master Xia should know what we are thinking. I wonder if young Master Xia is willing to fight. Oh. What benefits do I get if I fight? Xia He asked directly. The middle-aged man smiled and slowly said, the opponent has already won 5 consecutive battles. It can be said that he is very strong. If young Master Xia fights now and defeats him, wouldn't it show off young Master's strength? Moreover, the Wang family will not mistreat young Master. From now on, you are a guest martial artist of the Wang family. As long as you defeat that brat, all the rewards he has accumulated from the previous 5 battles will belong to young Master. I believe young Master Xia will not refuse such a thing that can bring both fame and fortune. The rewards from the Will Challenge were very generous, and the rewards from the previous 5 battles were even more tempting. And now, the Wang family had offered such generous conditions in order to make Xia He fight. It was indeed tempting. Since the Wang family is so sincere, how can I refuse? Xia He smiled. Don't worry. As long as I fight, I will definitely defeat that brat. Then I will have to trouble young Master Xia. The middle-aged man smiled. Then, he looked at the central arena, and his eyes darkened. It won't be that easy to win 5 consecutive battles in the Wong family. In the outside world, the arena was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless people were shouting Lin Xian's name and did not disperse for a long time. The red-robed judge's face was gloomy. He stood to the side and did not say a word. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he received a voice transmission. Then, he grinned. "All right, everyone, let the challenges continue," the red-robed judge said loudly. Only then did the crowd quiet down. However, they were all curious. Who was going to fight this time? One had to know that Lin Xian was able to defeat a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move. This meant that his strength was extremely strong even among martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Some people even speculated that he was very close to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Under such circumstances, to defeat Lin Xian, one would have to be an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm or an ultimate martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, ultimate martial artists were too strong, and they were existences that dominated the Wong family's arena. They would not easily make a move. Therefore, the person going to fight might be a powerful existence among martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, when the challenger walked out, the crowd was stunned. The person he was going to challenge was Xia He. The crowd was stunned for a moment before they cried out in surprise. They would not forget the scene of Xia He defeating a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move. Moreover, they still hadn't figured out what that strange attack was. This is too shocking. I didn't expect Xia He to fight this time. Both of them are genius martial artists. It's hard to say who will win. Chapter 583. That's right. Both of them are at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but Xia He's cultivation is a bit higher. He should be able to suppress Lin Xian. I don't think so. Up until now, Lin Xian has defeated his opponent with a single move. It's impossible to determine his true strength. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were guessing who would win this competition. However, during the discussion, they realized that both of them were abnormally powerful. They couldn't guess who would win. Xia He's face was cold as he slowly walked onto the stage. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to me? Xia He shouted coldly. I'll give you one chance. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xia He's performance was quite domineering. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know Xia He at all. Even if he wanted to challenge him, there was no need to humiliate him like this. However, since Xia He had done this, he had to pay a corresponding price. Then, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Apologize, or bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Xia He laughed wildly. You kid, don't think that defeating a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist is something amazing. In my eyes, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Xia He's laughter echoed in the surroundings, his voice full of arrogance and disdain. The crowd below was excited. They didn't expect the atmosphere to be so tense. The Wong family members were relieved and smiled. Xia He's performance was enough to show that he had enough confidence to win this match. Nan Gongseng and the Black Pearl were nervous. Although Lin Xian was powerful, his opponent wasn't weak either. This was definitely going to be a fierce battle. In the VIP stands, Blackwood Mountain looked at the stage and sneered. Damned thief, let's see what you're going to do this time. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant Xia He and shook his head. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. Cut the crap. Die. Xia He sneered. His body suddenly exploded, and he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of silver lightning. In an instant, his silver flexible sword was drawn and twisted in the air like a poisonous snake. The air was mercilessly sliced apart like a piece of cloth. An abnormally soft and strange energy flowed within the sword light. Not good, it's that strange attack again. The crowd exclaimed. Xia He's hidden energy attack from the start. His intention was obvious. He wanted to end this battle quickly and finish off Lin Xian to prove his strength. The silver sword light flashed and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. And he already had a way to deal with it. Therefore, this strange hidden energy attack did not pose any threat to him at all. The golden lightning twos was to be replaced by a green cheese. Lin Xian waved his arm and the air around him started to swirl rapidly, forming a huge vortex, twos to say, it's. In mid-air, the silver sword light was disturbed by this force and instantly rushed towards the vortex. Not long after, the silver sword entered the vortex. Countless streams of chi surged and instantly destroyed the hidden energy. Xia He's expression changed when he sensed the disappearance of the hidden energy. This hidden energy was related to his cultivation method. It could penetrate all defenses and directly attack a cultivator's body. This cultivation method was extremely sinister and vicious. It was very powerful. Every time he attacked, he could defeat his enemy. This was the reason why Xia He was so arrogant. But now, the hidden energy he was so proud of had been destroyed. This was something that he could not accept at all. He guessed. This kid must have guessed. Xia He retracted his sword and retreated to a safe place. As far as he was concerned, that was definitely a dream of the other party. Otherwise, no one would be able to break his hidden energy under normal circumstances. I don't believe you can be so accurate every time. Xia He snorted. I'll show you my ultimate skill this time. 9 Mysterious Silver Snake Sword. The silver long swords surged like silver poisonous snakes. The sword chi condensed into a huge silver phantom, emitting a cold aura. Above the silver phantom, there was an even more sinister and strange hidden energy attack. It's useless. All your attacks are useless against me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Countless streams of green chi appeared around him. The concept of wind followed, causing the surrounding space to condense. Then, the air within 30 meters of Lin Xian quickly flowed according to his thoughts. Every place had a different flow of chi, strange and unpredictable. Under the effect of the concept of wind, the entire space was like an undercurrent, extremely dangerous. Every stream of chi was very dangerous. Not only did it have a swift and biting aura on the surface, but it also carried traces of inexplicable power. What? He also knows how to control hidden energy. How is that possible? Xia He was shocked. He wanted to retreat and attack, but Lin Xian didn't give him the chance. The air around him surged, forming a strange space that instantly pulled Xia He in. In the next moment, Xia He was trapped in a huge vortex. Soon, he felt a violent undercurrent rushing into his body, causing him to feel a strong sense of suffocation. In fact, the spatial storm even suppressed the hidden power of his silver shadow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not only that, but huge green wind blades appeared around him, their sharpness comparable to bejeweled weapons. Under the support of the concept of wind, countless wind blades attacked, instantly tearing the silver phantom apart. In an instant, Xia He's heart trembled. His face turned pale, and his blood boiled. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. What? Xia He was actually injured. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. According to their expectations, this should be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Everyone even thought that Lin Xian couldn't win at all, and would even be suppressed by Xia He. However, they didn't expect Xia He to be suppressed, and the outcome of the battle was decided in one move. This Lin Xian is too powerful. He can actually suppress Xia He's strange attack. What is that green vortex? It's so terrifying. That's the concept of wind. I didn't expect that kid to have mastered the concept of wind. No wonder he's so powerful. An expert exclaimed. So it's a concept. No wonder he can suppress Xia He's hidden energy. Nan Gongseng was shocked. Concepts were extremely mysterious. Normal martial artists couldn't comprehend them. Only peerless geniuses could comprehend them. Moreover, any martial artist who comprehended a concept would have their attack power greatly increased, far surpassing others. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian was that kind of genius martial artist. Damn kid, he actually comprehended a concept. Haimu Shan's face was cold. Such a genius can't be used by my Haimu family. He must be eliminated. His tone was filled with killing intent. Chapter 584. Originally, they thought that with Xia He's help, nothing would go wrong and they would be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, they did not expect the result to be the opposite. Not only did Lin Xian defeat Xia He, but he also displayed the concept of wind. Even their Wang family did not have many young geniuses like him. Xia He was half kneeling on the ground, using his silver flexible sword to support himself. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. Damn it, it's actually the concept of wind. No wonder it could break through my mysterious snake-hidden energy. Xia He's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The handsome and talented image he had built up was completely destroyed, and the one who caused this was this hateful brat in front of him. However, he did not think that if he had not been so arrogant and insulted Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. At this moment, Xia He had already fallen into a frenzy. His eyes were red as he looked at Lin Xian. He roared angrily, then used his cultivation technique to suppress his internal injuries and stood up with difficulty. Brat, you dare to hurt me. You're dead. I won't let you go today. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a concept. In front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Xia He's tone was ferocious. Then, he used his flexible sword to cut open his palm. Blood flowed out and wrapped around the silver flexible sword. You've completely angered me. Today, I won't let you go. Xia He revealed a cruel smile. Next to him, the silver flexible sword was wrapped in his blood. Then, with a sucking sound, the blood was all sucked into the silver flexible sword. Then, the silver flexible sword rolled and spiraled. Finally, as if it had come to life, it turned into a 3-foot-long silver snake. Its silver eyes were cold as it constantly flickered its tongue. Go kill him. Xia He pointed at Lin Xian and shouted ferociously. Suddenly, the small snake formed by the silver flexible sword seemed to have received some kind of command. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Then, like a bolt of silver lightning, he disappeared. His speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, a cold aura spread out. When the warriors in the front row felt this aura, they trembled and kept retreating. This aura was too sinister, making people feel uncomfortable all over, as if they were being targeted by something. For a moment, Lin Xian also had the same feeling, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, but he immediately let out a cold snort. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and a warm current flowed through his entire body. In the next moment, countless gusts of wind swirled around him, forming a violent current. At this moment, the concept of wind was completely displayed by him. Wisps of wind aura drifted around him, and under the effect of Lai Dalong's sword soul, they quickly formed a green vortex. This was an attack that he had formed by imitating the sword of devouring. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force was formed all around him, as if it was going to devour everything. Although this power could not be compared to the real sword of devouring, it was still extraordinarily powerful. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul as his foundation, and Lin Xian's concept of wind had already reached a very high level, fire monkey. Therefore, this move could be said to be infinitely useful. The silver snake was originally incomparably ferocious, but suddenly, it was pulled by the devouring force, and a look of panic appeared on its face. Furthermore, the pressure of the great dragon sword soul caused the small silver snake to dim significantly. Lin Xian used his finger as a sword, and a green sword light appeared on his fingertip. Wind Slayer. The sword light slashed through like a gust of wind. This sword was incomparably ethereal, like an antelope hanging its horn. It was unbelievable to the extreme. In an instant, the silver snake was cut into several pieces. This silver snake was formed by Xia He using his essence blood to activate a secret technique. After it was killed, Xia He naturally suffered a backlash from the technique, and he immediately vomited blood again. Impossible, this is impossible. How can you personally destroy my secret technique attack? Xia He's face was filled with madness, and he constantly tore at his hair. Right now, he looked like a madman. He could not help it, as this scene was too unbelievable for him. One had to know that his secret technique attack was extremely powerful, and it could even defeat experts at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such a powerful attack seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. He could not accept this huge disparity in power. Lin Xian sneered. You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me with this little bit of strength? I'll give you two choices. Get out of here, or be thrown out by me. Lin Xian's voice was abnormally cold, like a sharp sword slashing through. Xia He's body stiffened, and his expression became extremely ugly. Before the competition, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all, so he used words to insult Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that he would not be able to defeat his opponent at all, and that his opponent would return the same words he had said. There was nothing uglier than this. He was simply slapping his own face. For a moment, Xia He was in a dilemma. His handsome face was twisted beyond recognition, and he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Everyone was also stunned. They had originally thought that this would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful, and he directly suppressed Xia He until he could not raise his head. Not only that, but Xia He also paid the price for his previous arrogance. It could be said that he had lost all his face. This Xia He is really unlucky. He was so strong before, but who would have thought that he would lose so badly? Sigh, it seems that one can't be too arrogant. Otherwise, who knows when he will be slapped in the face. And it's the kind that slaps his own face. Too sullen. Everyone discussed, and there was a hint of mockery in their words. They were just spectators, so of course they had to support the strong. Moreover, Xia He's arrogant attitude had made them feel extremely displeased. The Wang family members' faces were gloomy and ugly. Xia He was an expert that they had spent a lot of money to hire to snipe Lin Xian's record of all victories. However, they did not expect that the expert in their eyes could not even withstand a single blow, and was completely beaten up. Trash, you're simply trash. You can't even do a small thing well. On the second floor, the black-clothed elder was abnormally angry, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. This aura only floated around him, and did not spread out. Otherwise, the entire arena would not be able to withstand it. Elder, this is indeed my mistake this time. I will go and arrange for people to come, the middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. Go. This time, don't find outsiders. Call out the experts of our family. This kid is a little strange. I'm afraid that ordinary warriors will not be able to catch him. If you make another mistake this time, don't come and see me again. Yes. The middle-aged man trembled and quickly left. In the arena, Xiaohe's face was ferocious, and he was unwilling to accept this result. Chapter 585. Plop. This kick was full of power. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. Xiaohe was sent flying and fell flat on his face. Seeing Xiaohe's posture, the crowd burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Xiaohe was so angry that his body trembled. He spat out blood again and fainted. Men, carry him away. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The red-robed referee snorted, a trace of annoyance on his face. He originally thought that he had found an expert in his family, but he didn't expect him to be a piece of trash who couldn't even block a single attack. Actually, in the eyes of a normal person, Xiaohe was indeed an expert. However, he had met Lin Xian. The two of them weren't on the same level. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist before. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, if this was a normal match, Xiaohe wouldn't have lost so miserably. However, he relied on his strength to be extremely arrogant. Moreover, his mouth was very cheap. He had insulted Lin Xian from the start, which was why he had ended up like this. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. After defeating Xiaohe, Lin Xian won again. He had won 6 in a row now. The crowd was shocked and excited. They were all shouting crazily. Exciting, too exciting. They hadn't seen such an exciting match in a long time. Lin Xian was too powerful. Every time a new strong opponent appeared, and everyone thought that he would lose, Lin Xian would kill them in one move. Watching Lin Xian's matches, everyone's mood seemed to fluctuate between mountains and valleys. It was very exciting. Consecutive wins. Consecutive wins. Everyone shouted crazily. Now, they understood that Lin Xian's promise of 10 consecutive wins wasn't a joke. It could really happen. Lin Xian had already won 6 in a row. He only needed to defeat 4 more people to achieve 10 in a row. 10 in a row, this had rarely happened in the history of the Wang family's arena. One had to know that a martial artist's battle was very taxing on their mind and strength. Normal martial artists would be exhausted after 2 or 3 matches, let alone 10 in a row. However, Lin Xian was different. He finished every match in one move and didn't use much strength at all. Moreover, the Wang family members couldn't figure out Lin Xian's pattern and trajectory. They didn't even know the bottom line of Lin Xian's strength. However, although everyone was crazily shouting, they knew in their hearts that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Xian to achieve 10 in a row. In the following matches, the Wang clan would definitely send out true experts to stop Lin Xian from obtaining consecutive victories. Furthermore, the Wang family's battle arena had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm overseeing it. That was a true expert. With such an expert, it was likely that no one would be able to achieve 10 consecutive victories. From their point of view, although Lin Xian was strong, there was no way he could fight against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. Of others. Lin Xian's 6 consecutive victories caused a huge commotion. Not only did it shock the surrounding martial artists, but it also infuriated the Wang clan. Therefore, they decided to send out their family's experts. Soon, a cold youth went on stage. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble in our Wang family. Today, you won't be able to leave." The youth's tone was cold like a cold wind. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. A green light appeared on his body. The light was very hazy. It quickly covered his body, making him look very ethereal. Moreover, the air around him became heavy. Traces of air swirled rapidly, forming several large wind blades that floated in front of him. Concept of wind. This is the concept of wind. He's Wang Feng, the martial arts genius of the Wang family. He also comprehended the concept of wind. I didn't expect them to send him this time. Looks like the Wang family is serious. The two of them are both comprehenders of the concept of wind. I wonder whose strength is stronger. It's hard to say. Lin Xian's moves are too fast. I can't see how strong he is. However, it's said that the Wang family's genius already has a very high level of wind concept. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is out of luck. Not only is his cultivation at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, but his wind concept is also very strong. It has completely surpassed Lin Xian. The Wang family's Colosseum is indeed not to be trifled with. They found a way to suppress Lin Xian so quickly. Yeah, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is out of luck this time. Many people were worried because Wang Feng was too strong. Moreover, he had grasped the same concept as Lin Xian. He could be considered a very strong opponent. Humph, brat, you're dead for sure. Wang Feng was very ferocious. He revealed an evil smile. Concept of wind. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the Wang family to find a martial artist with the same concept as him. However, he wasn't worried at all because his concept had completely surpassed his opponent. The two weren't on the same level at all. As for his opponent's cultivation, he directly ignored it. There were many opponents stronger than Wang Feng, but none of them were his opponent, let alone this Wang Feng in front of him. Seeing Lin Xi's provocative smile, Wang Feng's face immediately sank. You're about to die, yet you still dare to smile like this. You really don't want to live anymore. Wang Feng's voice was cold. I won't kill you immediately. I'm going to peel off your flesh bit by bit. I'll let you know that offending the Wang family is the stupidest choice. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Lin Xian's voice was slightly lazy, as if he didn't care at all. Below the stage, when the Wang family saw Lin Xian's appearance, they all sneered. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You dare look down on Wang Feng? You're courting death. He's not some random dog or cat, but a true genius of the family. Wang Feng's strength was enough to rank in the top 5 in their Wang family. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he grasped the concept of wind. Presumably, dealing with Lin Xian was completely an easy matter. In the seats, Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl both had worried faces. They had also heard of Wang Feng's name. The other party was definitely not some ordinary person. Is that guy going to lose? No, I have to change the wager. Black Pearl had a worried look. What she was worried about was not Lin Xian's safety, but her own spirit stones. Her previous victories had allowed her to accumulate hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which was more than 10 times her original amount. If she lost this match, all of her previous savings would be exhausted. At that time, it would be an empty joy. No, don't move. I believe in Brother Lin. Nan Gongsang said in a deep voice. He had always been extremely confident in his vision. Although Wang Feng displayed great strength, in his opinion, Lin Shi's potential was still limitless. Moreover, he still couldn't see the bottom line of Lin Shi's strength.